Good morning. Happy Saturday, everybody. Good morning from Captain Coder to you, wherever you happen to be in the world. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Captain Coder here with another beautiful day. We're here, we're coding, we're growing, we're being the best. We're being the best we can be, but good morning. Happy Saturday, everybody. So nice to see y'all here. Tani, so sorry about that rogue stream element spot blocking those caps. I know you were just excited about finishing your exams. How did your exams go, my friend? How did your exams go? Dark Man, it's so nice to see you this morning as well. Happy to hear your game's coming along. Have you updated on the Discord? I'd love to check out what you're doing. You uploaded a new update, fixed a ton of glitches and bugs. It's always nice to get that. Bio's here today too. Bio, happy Saturday, my friend. How the heck are you, Bio? It's so nice to see you. We got that sweet intro, folks. That intro is brought to us by ITC Studios. ITC Studios, folks. She's the one that did our intro screen there. She's making a game called Anomaly. It's a 2D action RPG. Incredible, absolutely fabulous pixel artist. You gotta check her out. Give her some love. Hit that like button if you're not already following her. You gotta check it out. Beautiful stuff going on over there. A Whale, thank you so much for being here, my friend. Good morning to you. Good afternoon, good evening. I'm not sure where you are on the one. We also got the legendary MMO Pug. MMO Pug, thank you for being here, my friend. How are you on this beautiful morning? How the heck are you? Sir Black Soul says, hey ho, let's go. That's right. Hey ho, let's code. What's up, Sir Black Soul? So nice to see you. We also got the legendary, the absolutely fabulous Royal C-Dub Gaming in the house here today. Good morning, Royal C-Dub Gaming. How are you? Let's see here. We also got MMO Pug says, my son has another hockey game this morning, so I'll begin lurking in 30. No worries, MMO Pug. You enjoy that hockey game, my friend. I love that you're so supportive of your son going to those hockey games. There's tons of them. So many hockey games. Got to get to them. You're doing them all. What a great father you are, my friend. Thank you so much for popping in, though. Happy to have you here. Let's see here. Royal C-Dub. Let's see. Tani says, they went well. My teacher said that even if I don't do well on all the subjects, they'll still promote me with a good score because of all the extra things that I did. Very nice, my friend. Glad to hear it. Royal C-Dub says, is it bad for me to stream with my voice since it's still changing? That's really up for you to decide, Royal C-Dub. I don't know that that's a bad thing or not. I prefer streamers that do talk on stream. That said, it's all about how you want to stream. Are you comfortable with your voice on stream is really what it comes down to. And then also, do you want to engage your audience in conversation? If you're not looking to engage your audience in conversation, if you're just looking to sort of share your stuff with the world silently, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. It's up to you if you want to stream. What I will say is stream for yourself. Don't stream for anybody but yourself. If you're streaming for other people, you're going to be very disappointed. If you're not having fun doing it, is it really worth doing is what it comes down to. We also got Lance over on YouTube saying, hi-oh, how goes? It's going beautifully, Lance. I'm doing fabulous today. How the heck are you? Lance says, did you happen to glance at some of the update entries in yet another space game thread? Still working on it. When did you post it? I didn't get a notification. Maybe I need to do something with that. Let's see here. Share your work. Take a look here. Games forums. Oh, for some reason it didn't show it. Now it's showing up. I'm not sure when you posted. I hadn't seen it. Now it's showing it here. I didn't realize that there were updates here. It didn't highlight this section for me, so I'm a little surprised. Am I not following this follow post? There we go. Now I'll get notifications. Lance says, let's check this out. Look at this stuff here. This image shows there's a lot of good stuff. If you're not on the Discord, folks, feel free to join the Discord. There's a lot of great stuff going on here. A lot of great stuff going on here. Rel C-Dub says, I would also have a background noise because of my 3 sisters. Well, that said, Royal C-Dub, you know, if the background noise is going to be distracting to your audience, maybe the voice isn't necessary right now. It comes down to like, what do you want to do on stream? When I started streaming, I was streaming 100% for myself. I wasn't expecting anybody to come and watch. I think I just got lucky. People happened to stumble into me, and I enjoy being here. It started out with just me for the longest time, and every now and then, you know, a person would pop and we get Smab, we get Corf, let's get some good stuff. But look at this game, Lance. This looks awesome. I haven't had a chance to read through this. I'm really looking forward to reading through it. But all of this stuff looks fabulous. Wow. And I love how much detail you've gone into here so that we can actually read and understand, not just some screenshots showing, you know, just little bits of stuff. Thank you so much for posting this, Lance. That's okay if you can't get on the Discord either. I'm just letting people know that it happens to be there. All right, I have not seen it, Royal Sea Dub Gaming. I'll have to check it out. Tawny Dust Stuff says I won't be able to drop by tomorrow. Cap, no worry, Tawny. No worry, my friend. Enjoy your date. Enjoy it. Have a wonderful time. You know you're always welcome here, my friend. Just make sure you keep coding, you keep growing, you keep being the best you can be. And, you know, you're welcome back anytime. You'll be here if you make it home on time. That's fair enough. Tomorrow, in a lot of the almost all the United States. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do yet. So my state, where I live, we don't observe daylight savings time, but the most of the United States does. So I actually think my stream, it depends on where you are in the world, I suppose. I think my stream's gonna start, if you're in the United States or somewhere that the time is changing tomorrow, my stream is gonna be an hour later in the day. So my time, I start streaming at 5 a.m. local time. And I think I'm going to keep doing 5 a.m. local time for me. That said, well, we'll see what happens tomorrow. I may or may not be streaming at 4 a.m. local time to adjust the time change, but we'll find out. Lance says, glad to keep updating that thread as we go. It's also so much fun to use those gizmos and handles to draw up the math and illustrate what is going on. Absolutely. Royal CW Gaming says, my state doesn't either, or at least where I am right now. Gotcha. Yeah, so I believe, let me get up, and I could be wrong. Maybe I got the daylight savings time happens tomorrow, right? Daylight savings 2023. So my stream is going to be started. If you don't observe daylight savings time, then nothing's changing. If you observe daylight savings time, then your clocks, then I will be an hour later for you. Yeah, so on March 12th, that's tomorrow, that's tonight, 2 a.m. the clocks turn forward 1 hour. So for some people, if you observe daylight savings time, I'm gonna be an hour later. For me, there's no change. Dark says, done, shared the new update on Discord in self-promotion. Awesome, Darkman. That's right, Royal C-Dub, Hawaii and Arizona do not observe daylight savings time. That's correct. Darkman, thank you so much. Anyone who wants to check out Darkman's latest update, be sure to click that link. Go check it out. I think it's Windows only right now. Is that correct, Darkman? Let's download. Should I download demo version 1 or version 2? Is it version 2 that I should download? I'm assuming it's version 2. Version 2. I said all those things. Version 2. Gotcha. Let's check it out. We got that in a RAR archive. Let me open this up. 7-zip, extract to the darkness. Dark Story 1, the beginning of darkness. All right, here we go. Folks. Darkman, thank you so much for sharing. I have a crazy keyboard, so I always have a little bit of trouble here. We're gonna play. We did chapter 1. Let's try let's try chapter 2. Chapter 2 still not there. Chapter 1, 1-2. That's right. I did play this part. How much did you? Should I go back and replay the first couple chapters? This is awesome, Darkman. I am so proud of the work that you've done on this. I know you've been working hard. Let's see if I can beat this guy. Boom! Uh-oh. Guy does a lot of damage. You should be super proud of it for sure. Oh, Oh, gotta take the scorpion out. Oh, jeez. I'm not very good at this game. Oh, I got. Tony said, I think I'll start trimming again. Probably remake popular 2D games. Awesome. Dude, this is awesome. Awesome work. Let's check out chapter 1.3. Oh, that's right. That's right. You got this dark man. And like you're chasing a light man. Now we got double scorpions coming at us. This is excellent, excellent work, my friend. P, O, and K. P, O, and K. I love that these projectiles, you have different options here. I love that they each have their own sort of set of qualities as well. Let's see, let's take out this guy. Oh, why can't I? There we go. There we go. This is a little bit tricky on my keyboard because my keyboard's so special. Tony says, I hate it when comically big scorpions chuck explosive lollipops at me. Yeah, it's just like real life. It's just like real life. I like that I can take these projectiles out with my own projectiles, these scorpion things. These guys are much more reasonable as far as the amount of damage they do too. Darkman, thank you so much for sharing this. I know there's a let me see, I think I can get down into this secret area here. There's a spot I can fall into, right? Or was that on the I think that might have been on the first level. That on the first level. Ooh, look at this castle. You got a little bit of like anti-aliasing clipping stuff going on there. I can't remember exactly how to fix that, but I think it's related to anti-aliasing. Oh, that's right. I wasn't able to beat this guy. This guy has so much life. This guy has too many hit points for me. I'm not good enough. I'm not good enough to defeat this guy. Darkman, thank you so much for sharing. Did I miss anything? Should I go check? Is there anything specific I should check out before I wrap up here? Yeah, go check. Everyone, you got to go check out some Darkman. Darkman, my friend, thank you so much for sharing. Absolutely loved it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Keep on doing what you're doing, my friend. I'm looking forward to the next update. Looking forward to the next update. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Darkman says there was a bad glitch in this level that is when you die you are not able to attack again. Gotcha. Well, I'm glad you found it. That's a tricky, that could be a tricky one if you get something disabled like that. All right, folks. All right, folks. Let us see. Let us see. What are we going to be working on today? What have we been working on? The game looks great, man. The game looks awesome. We have been working on an inventory system. So if you haven't been able to be here, that's okay. That's okay. We all got busy lives. You know. It's a Saturday now, so most people are a little bit chiller, a little bit more chill on Saturday. But if you've missed it, we've done 3 days on an inventory system. So our goal is to make a grid-based inventory system similar to that of the original Diablo. Okay, so if we go look at our design document, the big goal for us, our learning goal is we're going to be learning more about the UI toolkit. We did a lot of that on Thursday, which was great. But more specifically, the scope of this is to have an inventory that can have an arbitrary grid size. There's a grid size, so there's limits. And then to be able to drag and drop items. So your items have dimensions to them. You can drag them around, and there's an inventory management aspect to this inventory system, which I think is super cool. Okay. Like I said, we've only had 5 days. I wasn't able to stream on Monday. I wasn't able to stream yesterday. So we only had 5 days, saying about 10 hours of actual work, because we get a lot of chit chat going. We get a lot of talking going, that sort of stuff. And so we are looking at it that way, right? And so what have we done so far? Well, we implemented all of the logic for our grid system. We implemented all of our logic for the grid system in a separate DLL. So we have that working. Day 2, we implemented all of the logic. So all of the code on how the items can't stack against each other, but you can swap an item out. We implemented all of the logic of that. Then on day 3, we implemented our first attempt at a UI toolkit grid system. So we made composable inventory elements using the new system. So for example, check it out. Over here in my UI, in the UI builder, we made it so that you could set the size of this grid and it would automatically resize based off these parameters. If you had images that use pixel slots of size 32, boom, size 32. If you want one that has 10 rows, 2 columns, 6 rows, whatever you want, just swap it in there, it automatically resizes it for you, which is exactly the behavior that we want. Okay, and then it sort of like expands based on the actual grid there. Okay, so I'm super stoked about that. I'm super excited about that. So all of this was coded up so that we could reuse this for our, up and coming in our, we want 10 columns 4. This is like the default size of here. I'm very happy that Royal C-Dub says, I got a sponsorship. That's awesome. Is it a Stream Element sponsorship? Be careful with those. You might need to make sure, double check the age restrictions on those. So you may not be able to actually use it. You may not actually be able to do it if you cannot, do the taxes properly. So just be careful with that, Royal C-Dub Gaming. But congratulations on it. Tony says, so this is like Subnautica where different items take up different amounts of space in the inventory. Exactly. It's a management. So in April, folks, and anyone who doesn't know, 20 days, this is crazy. It's coming up quick. In 20 days, really for me, it's 22 days because I'm not starting until April 2nd. But April 1st through April 8th is the Dungeon Crawler 2023 Dungeon Crawler Jam. And I'm going to be doing this. And so we've been building up based on suggestions, but also I've been building up tooling that I want to use on this game jam. So we're going to make a dungeon crawler like this. This is in an inventory system. The idea with this is you have to manage your inventory. You got to manage this inventory. Tony says, looks great. Thank you so much for that. But yeah, we built in a crafting system. We built in an inventory system. We built in a dungeon generator. So we've been slowly building up components that we're planning on using for this game jam. And this is what we have so far here. It's not wired up to anything yet though. So today, what are the goals for today? Today, we want to actually get, my big goal is I want to get a drag and drop system working today. It may not actually get wired up to have the logic where it make sure you can't drag and drop things over each other. But we're going to find some images. We're going to make some 1x1, 2x1, 2x2, and 3x2 items to be in our inventory. Then I want to implement, so this is, I always like starting with an easy task first. Get that easy task out of the way so that way you feel good about what you've accomplished. Then I want to actually add in some listeners from my inventory grid, see if I can get images dragging and dropping and slotting into specific locations. That's the next one. If I can get all of that done, then I'm going to be ready to wire up that inventory grid to our inventory grid logic. And at that point, we essentially have everything done. It's just a matter of, can we add in some more interesting features? So the one after that, and this is a bonus. We're not going to talk about that yet because I don't think I'm going to get that there yet. Tawny, thank you so much though. Tawny says, I keep having to explain to my beloved birth giver, your birth giver, I love that playing games is necessary experience for my future endeavors. Gotcha. It can be a little tricky to get that support from your birth giver. Tony says, disclaimer, any contracts made with people aged 18 and less are null and void, and they can be held accountable for losses. Be careful out there, folks. Yes, so make sure that you understand any contracts you might sign. It depends. That's not necessarily true that all contracts under the age of 18 are null and void. It depends on the context of it. I know it depends on where you live, various other things, but just be sure to go over it if you are, make sure you really read through the contract and understand it before you sign anything. That's all I want to say. Okay, so I want to get drag and drop stuff working with this. So let's get this into the scene. We're going to add one of these into the scene. Let's reset to my, here we go. Layouts, let's go to our default layout. Okay. And I had previously had this canvas in here so we could play around with doing slicing. We're gonna go ahead and get rid of that. Get rid of this event system, and we're gonna add a UI document to this system here. Is that how we do it? How did I add this before? Tawny asked, Kat, would you prefer UI Builder over the default UI solution? I really have enjoyed this. That said, I think it depends on your project, what you're familiar with. That's the whole reason I'm exploring this. I want to learn more about the new UI toolkit. So I'm learning about the new UI toolkit to see how I feel about it. I personally have really liked the new UI toolkit. That said, there are some limitations. If we go to Unity UI toolkit, if we go look at the documentation here, if you're using 2022, 2023, they do recommend this as their new version, but they do say the UI, the old GUI system, the old UGUI, are appropriate for certain cases and are required to support deprecated projects. And then there's a sort of this comparison of things that are and are not available yet. So let's see, there are things that you can't do in UI toolkit that you can do in Unity. For example, here's one of those, mask clipping. You can't do mask clipping. This is something I was doing in the Marble game that I would have to change how I was doing it if I wanted to do that. Integration with animation clips and timeline, can't do that yet. No 3D world space rendering, custom materials and shaders. So there are some limitations on what you can do. That said, to me, the feeling, the look and feel of it are much easier to modify and change at a later time without having to use a bunch of prefabs. Lance says, that sounds a little like my dad telling me not to play Legos anymore. This is in reply to Tawny. It's still an amazing tool for figuring out 3D models and spaceship designs. Absolutely. That timer's not right, folks. I forgot to reset my break timer. Reset break. You're gonna have to keep an eye on that manually. Tawny says, no 3D world space rendering is a deal breaker here. Well, it depends what you want to do with it. So you can, this would be like if you were in a 3D game and you wanted it like bubbles rendered over a character speaking. That might be a thing that you can't do. They're working on it. They're building it up. But for a general HUD, no problem. This thing works great. How do I get... All right. So this was our inventory. This one here is going to be our inventory grid. Let me see. Can I just drag that in? How did I get this into the scene before? UI toolkit, UI document. Here we go. It's going to be our inventory window. So one thing I like about it is you don't clog up your hierarchy with all kinds of stuff. You just add it in here. Tony says, I'll have to try this out too. As a wise man, let's screw around and find out. I do like playing around with new stuff. And I've got to say, I've really enjoyed it. I've really enjoyed it. Can I just change the position of this? All right, so this is interesting. How do I get this positioned onto the screen in a way that I like it? Doesn't look like I can just adjust it here. So I have a question of how do I move this about my screen? Let's switch to 1920 by 1080. There's a couple things I need to do. I need to make this scale. All right, so this is something we learned last time too. Scale with screen width. 1280 by 720 is gonna be my is this right? 1280. Hang on, let me pull this out. 1280 by 720. Is that the resolution I like? 1280 by 720. Yeah. 1280 by 720. Is that 1280 by 720? Is that right? Hang on. That might not be the right side. 1920. I want a 16 by 10 aspect. Is that what I want? Or is it 16 by 9? 16 by 9 ratios. Resolutions. One sec. I got to figure this out. Hang on. I guess I could just do 1920 by 1080. That's probably what I should do. All right, we'll scale this to 1920 by 1080. The one thing I don't like about that is how small it makes it. I like it to scale up a little bit. So let's see. 16 by 9 resolutions. There's some in between. What is a 16 by 9 aspect? Oh, it's the 1366 by 768. That's what it is. 1366 by 768. That's what I want. Oh, maybe that was right. All right, we're gonna do 1366 by 768. 1366 by 768. And then my game window, if I pull it out, is that gonna be the right? If I'm full-ish screen, yeah, that seems like a reasonable size. What do people think? Is that a reasonable size, or is that too big? I think I like it. I think I like it. We're gonna put that back in. I'm gonna leave it at that sort of size. So Tawny, one of the things I like about the UI toolkit is the following. Let me get this open here. Is this the right one? This is not the right one. Bear with me, grab your bear and bear with me, folks. So one of the things I really, really like about the UI toolkit is I don't have to make a bunch of prefabs to make it easy to change my styling later. All of the styling, or much of the styling, is done in these Unity style sheets, these USS. All right, that's okay, Tawny. If your bear ran away, we're back. We're back. It didn't take me that long. Ooh, what's this? Change language. There's CSS, Liquid. I've never heard of Liquid CSS. We'll just go with regular CSS though. So let's say I wanted to change how my color here looks. So right now I have this, there's sort of like a black background behind this. And so I've specified my grid slot colors this way. Let's say I wanted to change my grid slots. I have a different UI. I want to change how my grid slots look. Let's see, I want to change it to this color. Hit save, come back over here. It changes that everywhere. So it's using these style sheets, whereas previously you'd tend to have like a prefab. Inside of a prefab, you go adjust that one prefab. But let's say I don't want a border anymore on these. I can just change it here this way. From a styling standpoint, so the other thing is, if I give this, so I want this to be a reusable component that other people can use, all they have to do to change the styling is override all of this. Do they want a different background image? They don't like this one here. They want to scale it a little bit differently. Swap that out with a different background inventory image, and you got yourself going. You get yourself going just like that. So there's a level of niceness here to the ease of changing that, and you don't have to click run to test every little tiny detail out. Okay, so like, to me, that's really cool. I really, really like that. Okay, there is, from what I understand, there is some you can add logic directly to your UI system. Let me look here. Structure UI. That's not quite what I wanted to do. UI builder, styling, custom controls, encapsulate UXML document with logic. You're welcome, Tawny. I'm happy. No, Tawny. Thank you for being here. So one of the things that I'm really interested in here is you can actually add logic within the UI builder. So like my drag and drop logic, I think I might be able to add it directly here. So there's this preview mode that lets you interact. Say I had some buttons, I could interact with those buttons in this preview mode. Illuminati says, hey, hey, yo, happy Saturdays. Happy Saturdays, Illuminati. Welcome back to the crew, my friend. How the heck are you? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be. It's so nice to see you, my friend. It's so nice to have you here on this beautiful Saturday. How are you? How the heck are you? So there's this idea of a UXML first approach. So define the custom controls, define the hierarchy of custom controls, connect custom controls to your game. Okay. We've kind of done this. We've instantiated it here. And then I have this UI manager. Okay, so we do end up attaching this to our For learning purposes, example code on this page uses the resource folder. I'm not worried about the following. Shows an example of instantiation in C#. Illuminati says, I started the project. Currently, I got a lobby that can connect 4 players into a game, so I'm moving forward with tutorials. Nice. That's awesome, my friend. I have not done anything with multiplayer yet in any of my game projects. So I'm really, that's something that I'm really looking forward to taking a crack at in the near future, but I haven't quite gotten there yet. And then there's this element first approach. With this approach, you only include the child elements in the hierarchy and use C# to load the hierarchy UXML, create the custom control. So I'm curious, I think when they say custom controls, that they're not referring to like actually clicking on stuff in the scene. So I was more curious about how to make it so that these buttons work in the scene here. Tony says, be careful to not fall down the tutorial rabbit hole like me and end up at a video of how computers calculate sine waves. Look, the endless knowledge here. It just keeps going and going and going. Yeah, so this is the video I ended up watching related to making these buttons responsive in the editor itself. Do I want to do that here, or do I want to go ahead and just implement a, I think I'm just going to implement it this other, the way I was planning to originally. Okay, so I have my inventory window. Now I'm going to create a component. So I'm going to create a script here. Create script. This is going to be our inventory grid controller. Tani Lance says, Tani, and yet the tutorial is so very helpful. That's right. That's right. It's the source of all, the internet tutorial, source of everything fabulous, source of everything challenging. It goes both ways, right? It goes both ways. All right, so we're going to take a look here. We're going to take a look. Inventory control, grid controller. So my idea with this, all right, so this is going to require component type of UI document. Is that right? UI, what namespace is this in? Let's go UI document. Probably Unity Engine, UI document. So we're expecting us to have a UI document. Okay. So this is going to force it to be on there. DFY, DFY, I thank you for following. We got DFY in the crew now, folks. DFY, I welcome you to Captain Coders Academy, where we learn and code and grow. DFY, I thank you for following me. I said DFY, DFY, thank you for following. I'm so happy you are here today. And welcome to the crew, my friend. We're gonna make a lot of code. We're gonna write it. I hope you're ready for that fun. DFY, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Saturday to you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. This is Captain Coders Academy. I am Captain Coder. I am a computer science educator, a computer programming teacher at a school for ages 10 to 14. But this stream is dedicated to learning and coding and growing together as a crew. So if you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. And backseat coding is highly, highly encouraged. If you know, that's how I get better at stuff. We're learning something new every week. So be sure to ask questions and engage so you can help me learn too. Thank you so much for the follow again. Tommy was saying, though, fun fact, in easier terms, only the first quarter of a sine wave is calculated with high precision, and to save resources, it is then flipped on all axes to form a sine wave. Fascinating. Fascinating. I need the lady with all the math going by meme, because I didn't understand any of that. But thank you. Tiny says, another fun fact, sine waves are the easiest waves to implement natural head bobs and similar animations in game dev. Awesome. I've used sine waves to do like flickering and like oscillating stuff. So in a past project, we used them to do like enemy movements, like the Medusa heads in Castlevania. And so the idea is we have an inventory grid controller. We gotta look at, I think I'm gonna have to look at what I did previously. Because I need to be able to access the specifics. Inventory. Oh, that's right. Inventory grid controller. This has to go pull out some it has to query our UI document. So I'm gonna go look at the code I wrote previously. So this is our crafting system from last time. We were building a crafting system last week. Did crafting system last week. So we're gonna go check out and remind ourselves how we did the drag and drop in that. We followed a tutorial, but we have we should have some code snippets here. At the very least, I can pull up the source code. Gordienko Games, I welcome you back to the stream. Gordienko Games, happy Saturday, my friend. Tani was saying, specifically, and there's so many things about interpolation that I could go on forever. Computers are honestly fascinating to me. I agree. Everything zeros and ones at the end of the day, Tani. Zeros and ones, and it hurts my brain to think about it too much. I try not to think about that too much. Okay, so where is our controller crafting container? Let's see if we can find it in the tutorial section. Is there a table concept implementing, adding symbol, implementing crafting container object, start work on UI? Here we go. So we started following this tutorial. Okay, I think I need to just go to this project source code to see what we had done before. Let's go to the main branch so we get the latest version. This is in our crafting system, assets, one of the Captain Coder, crafting system, Unity engine. And this is our UI container. And one of these crafting container slot, grid, one of these is a controller. Crafting container slot. That's a visual element. Grid row, crafting container UI controller. Here's our controller. Okay, so when I wake up, I want to do something like this. I need to get the root element. All right, so I'm going to copy this just to start out so I have it all with me. And so it's going to be similar to this. When I wake up, you know I want to be the man that wakes up next to you. Sorry, I got distracted there for a moment. I apologize for the distraction, but when we wake up, we want to be, we want to get this component. We have a UI document. This is going to be our root element. Tony says, I actually made a simulation with scrapping a lot of concepts from a lot of sources that helps you make binary gates and logic gates from scratch, and then made a working digital 7-segment display. Ooh, that sounds super cool. You should, if you happen to have that source code or any details about that, feel free to share it on the Discord. I'd love to take a look at that. All right, this return thing is our visual element. I don't know that I need the root of this, so I'm just going to make it a local variable for now. Okay, then deep down inside of this, we know we're going to be getting an inventory grid. So let me open up the UI builder again, just so we can access and say, okay, well, what did we call these things? We specifically care about the grid element here. So the grid element is what we're going to get out, and that thing should be a Captain Coder inventory grid. I'm like 90% sure. Yeah, this is our inventory grid. So we're gonna find that. I'm gonna say it's inventory grid. See if I can pull that out when we go to run. Okay, so this is called our grid element. And I want it to be this is our grid element. All right, so we're gonna pull one of these out, and I want to see if we can get that out there. And so I think this one we're gonna need access to. So this is grid element like this. I'm gonna call this grid element. Okay, and so we're gonna save this as a grid element here. We query our root to get it. And then just to make sure this is working, I'm gonna do a debug.log here and say, grid element, how many columns do you have, my friend? How many columns do you have? How many rows do you have? Give me the information I need to know about you. How many rows? All right, I wanna know. I need to know. Okay, so we're gonna have our inventory controller. I just wanna see I want to see. I need to know about you. Tell me, give me the information. Give me that information. Let's go ahead and hook this in here in case I need it. I won't have to close it up. I don't know what I changed. I don't know why it's telling me I undoing stuff on accident. I don't know why it's saying I need to save. I'll go ahead and save though. All right, let's run this. Let's see if our console, when this thing wakes up, if we get the information we need, the information that we want. Sure enough, 12 and 4. Okay, so that did actually give us the grid element back. That's super exciting. Okay, so with that grid element, I actually want, ooh, this is interesting. My inventory window. I want this to actually have a parameter we can set that's gonna let us change what object we're actually editing. All right, so I'm gonna try this here. I'm gonna create a private, in fact, I actually think this should be a property at the very least. It'll probably be backed by something, but we're gonna have a property here that is a inventory grid, but it really needs to be our data grid. So one sec, what did I call it? Data, inventory grid data. And then there's a subclass that we implement called game inventory grid. Game inventory. So I'm gonna make this one be an inventory grid data. Game inventory grid. Game inventory grid. And what namespace is this one here? Are these not the same? This is gonna be our actual grid. Why are you complaining? Game inventory grid. Did I just spell it wrong? This is interesting. Let's see if this will build real quick. Ty says this code just goes over my head. Which part? I feel like this isn't that. I'm trying to keep it simple. This is going to be our inventory grid. Have this be a get private set. Although we might make that a public set, I'm not sure. But this is going to be a serialized field for now. Why can't I reference this? Cannot be found. Are you missing an assembly? No, this is, it's not in the namespace. Gotcha. This is not in, I moved this into our, that's right. So this would be part of the demo package. Let's move it here. Don't know how the components work that we're using. Okay, well, I'll try and explain it here. So the UI document is just the thing that defines this. So if I were to open this up, so this happens to be our UI document here. Okay, so this is our UI document, our inventory grid. That's the thing that's in here. And we're saying go into our UI document and get the grid element out. So grid element happens to be over here. So we've defined that the internal component is our grid element here, like this. So we can pull that out this way. And then that just happens to be this class we defined before that has a rows, columns, and cell size. So this is the thing that lets us sort of specify the size of our grid. I hope that made, whoa. That's right, Tawny, whoa. That's right, Tawny, whoa. That's what we're done doing. We've got Lord Heck 12 in our presence. We've got Lord Heck 12 following me. That's right, Lord Heck 12. I'd like to welcome you to Captain Coder's Academy. I say, Lord Heck 12, how are you today? On this beautiful Saturday, I'm happy you are here, my friend, Lord Heck 12. Lord Heck 12, happy Saturday, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. What are we working on, Biko? Biko says, I'm learning code, and what are we doing? We are working on our inventory system, Biko. We have this, we defined this element previously that allows us to set the size of it in our UI by setting these values. So if we want 10 columns, 6 rows, and our grid size to be 16. Boom, that's how we do it. Easy peasy like that. And now I'm trying to turn it into a drag and drop system. So I'm trying to get a reference. I'm working on getting references to it here. So I've added in a controller that will communicate with our UI to allow us to access it. Okay, I need to move this, this inventory grid controller of type T here. And so this should be where T, oh no, just of type P here. And then this is gonna be an inventory grid data of type T, inventory grid. So I'm trying, we got a inventory grid must refer, the type T must refer to a generic, in order to use it, trying to generic or method. What is it? What are you complaining about? I think it's telling me that T needs to say, where I have to say, where T is a class and I item, I inventory item links. Don't worry too much about this. Don't worry too much about this. This is part of our thing here. Unicode says, nice, that code seems very similar to JavaScript where you can do document.query select. That's exactly what this queue is. This is just shorthand for query. It works so much like the JavaScript HTML stuff. I really like this here for accessing elements inside of your DOM. DOM fans, like our document object model. So they're calling a UI a document. We can access elements inside. I love this. This is so cool to me. All right. So we're going to get that out. So this actually needs to be a subclass here in our system, down. Let's see, where is this going to be? We need in our demo folder. I need to make a subclass of this. So it's going to be our new, this is going to be our game inventory controller. So the way this is going to work in the library is you create a subclass of this component. Create a subclass of this component. So this is going to be a subclass of our inventory grid controller, and this is going to be of our actual item data. All right, so don't worry about this. This is just, we're creating a generalized solution that someone could take and drop into their program. So this one's the generic version. And then in the actual game, we are gonna use our specific item data here. All right, so let's see if this will build. I'm not sure if it will. What is this complaint about? Item data. The non-generic type cannot be used with inventory grid control. I thought item data here. Lord Heck says, hey, I have a question. I'm considering diving into the tech industry, but nervous to complete my intensive and not able to land a job because of my tattoos. Your tattoos. I have face tattoos, hand tattoos that are small but visible, and I don't know if it prevent me from landing a job in tech. Do you think it's possible, or am I being naive? I think, so I think that's gonna limit you in many industries because people tend to care about appearance. That said, I've known many people that have tattoos and other things in the tech industry. You're gonna probably, as from like an interview standpoint, you might struggle in bigger companies. This is me. Look, I have no idea really. When I was hiring people, when I was a hiring manager, I wasn't a hiring manager. When I was on hiring committees, it would not have bothered me. I've worked for a lot of startups, and I think startups are going to be much more friendly to that. And so I don't think you should let that stop you from pursuing it. Just know that there are going to be people out there that probably will not be, you know, too keen on in general. But those people, I wouldn't worry too much about them. I'd focus on doing something that you love, and I think there's a lot of opportunity in the tech industry. Biko says class slot, public item, add item, insert item, show item, show item. That's right, my friend. That's right. That's exactly what we're going to try and get going here. The Gypsy says, I worked at IBM, one of the stricter companies. My coworkers had tattoos, and I think if you're good enough, you can work anywhere. Exactly. So it's some of that is just like getting in a place might be a little bit of a challenge initially, but I think you can do it. I don't think it's impossible by any means. All right, so why is this? The non-generic type inventory cannot be used. Oh, I'm not doing using captain coder.inventory.unity engine. I think I need to do this. There we go. It was saying I couldn't find this thing. All right. So the basic idea is I have this general one here, and then you drop this into your game and you say, okay, well, I want one that does it with my specific inventory, my specific item type. Lord Heck says, thank you for the response, Captain. That is very reassuring. I hope, you know, I want to say that you should be allowed to be who you are, without fear. Unfortunately, our society doesn't always work that way. But, you know, I think it's more about what's up here and your skill set than, you know, your appearance. Royal C-Dub, welcome back, my friend. Jim says, oh, hang on. Oh, Biko was saying the airport doesn't allow tattoos. Yeah, a lot of places are a little bit frustrating. That Royal C-Dub says, I have my microphone set up. Nice. Nice, my friends. For anyone who doesn't know, Royal C-Dub is a streamer as well, aspiring indie game developer, 3D artist, and flight simulator champion. You gotta check out his stream on Twitch and YouTube, folks. Check it out. Let's give a shout out here to Royal C-Dub Gaming. Give him a follow. He's an aspiring developer. Some fun stuff going over on that stream. I've seen him do some 3D stuff. Check him out if you get a chance. Royal C-Dub, thank you so much for being here, my friend. Absolutely love you. All right. Lo-Fi Craft says, open the Nord. Royal C-Dub, hoping to publish your phone game this month. That's awesome. So instead of this inventory grid controller here, this actually becomes my game inventory controller, the specific instance of it. Oh, I wanted to see if I did serialize field here. I was curious doing this, if that would allow me to set it here. It does. Sweet. Oh, that's so cool. Lo-Fi Craft, it takes forever. We gotta grind those points up, my friend. You get 100 points per hour, and then when if you're here, if you're participating, if you're asking questions, if you're backseat coding, if you're watching me get through stuff, get a little bit more. But it's 100 points per hour, my friend. 100 points per hour. That's the base. Royal C-Dub says, Biko says, Royal C-Dub, I will try your game. I'm looking forward to giving it a try myself, Royal C-Dub. Just gotta let me know when it's out. All right, so we can hook that up. One of the things that I want to do here is when this thing changes, when this value changes, I want it to change the type of inventory. So we made a couple different inventories here. It's for itch right now, but not complete, Royal C-Dub says. For PC, I'm hoping to stream soon and polish it. Awesome. Looking forward to it. So we have a couple different grids. We have our player inventory, which is 4x10, and our backpack, which is 6x2. So I want to see, all right, let's put my backpack in here. The idea is when this thing wakes up, I want to be able to, in my grid element, specify these things. So I was really wondering whether or not I can do it directly as a setter here, or if I need to define a new type. So let's give it a shot. Here. I'm gonna go with public void set or match grid. Okay, match inventory grid. Okay, so I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna make this again an I inventory grid of any type. All right, grid. And the idea is that I'm gonna set my rows equal to my grid dot dimensions. Hang on, why is this complaining? Grid of type. Shouldn't care about. Can I just do a grid of type any? Or do I put a T here? I don't want to have a T on the entire type. Okay, so I can do it grid dot dimensions. Hang on, why are you complaining? You remove unused parameter grid if not part of shipped public API. Grid size dot rows. So let's give this a shot here. Well, maybe I shouldn't take it in an inventory grid like this. We'll see. We'll see. Lord Heck asks, what you build in here? Great question, Lord. We are on day 4 of implementing a grid-based inventory system. If you've missed the first part of it, I've been keeping a blog. Here. Sorry for the color scheme. I need to get a dark mode. Any web developers out there who want to, be hired, I'd be happy to pay someone to implement a better theme for me. I really want a better theme. This theme is terrible. Contact me on the Discord. I would like to get someone to make a better theme for this. That said, it's a little tricky. This is using a framework called Jekyll, so it's not traditional web development. It's a little bit different, but I'd love to get someone to write a better theme for this. Okay. We are implementing an inventory system that is a grid-based inventory system inspired by the original Diablo. Inspired by the original Diablo. So we have a grid that we can use. That's right, Unity Coder just said that. So it's a little trickier than that because it's like embedded inside of a system called Jekyll. And so I can't just swap out a CSS theme like that. Or maybe I can, I just don't know. So it's a little bit trickier than that because I've done it a little bit, but I haven't had the time to invest. So we're implementing a grid-based inventory system like this. We're limited to 5 days. So every week in Captain Coders Academy, we try and learn something new. Sometimes our projects are 2 weeks, but this is a 1-week project. We're learning about the UI toolkit, seeing if we can templatize it, make it parameterizable and reusable. So that's our learning goals. And then the scope is we want an inventory system where we have items that need a width and height. So can we build a library that we can drop into different projects that will allow the person to use this? Biko says Unity has a UI tool. Yeah, it's called the UI toolkit. It's pretty new. And so we're implementing this tool. So what we've done so far is we actually implemented a toolkit that works like this. So you can actually specify your column size, your row size, and the size of your cells, and dynamically resizes it for you. Royal C-Dub Gaming, awesome. I did get your message. I'll send you a message back. I'll reply to you after stream. Thank you for reaching out, my friend. Okay. But yeah, so we're using we're making it so that we can have a reusable component in our UI builder. Roiku says, I specify the size of my only brain cell. It's minuscule. How are you feeling, Raiku? Are you fully recovered? Are you mostly recovered? Are you 97% of the way there? How the heck are you? I know you were sick. It's so nice to see you again, my friend. It's so nice to see you. Yeah. So cool. So this is sort of what we have so far. And so we're trying to add drag and drop to it today. So the goal today is get drag and drop working. I'm getting slightly off. So that said, if I go look at my to-do list, I'm actually I moved straight to this one. I skipped over part 1, so we might go back and see if we can finish that before our first break. But I wanted to do the following: rows equals like this. Really, I need to take our group. Why is this upset? Is this really this? I think this is a phantom error. The type T cannot be used as a parameter. The type T cannot be used as a type parameter in the generic type or inventory grid T. There's no where can I do where? How do I do the constraint here? Is it where T? Ooh, this is interesting. I gotta look this up, folks. All right, folks, we're going to the reference manual, folks. We've got our C#. So I need to get the new version, but our C# in a nutshell. We're going to our guide here to see if we can look this up, and then if we can't find it in there, we're gonna do a quick Google. Let's go to our .cam though, folks. Let's see if we can find what we're looking for. I'm specifically looking for how to use a generic type. with a where constraint. I need to do a constraint on it. So let's see here. We got generic types. Generic types. I know you're in here. I know you're in here. Generic types. Oh boy. Why am I? All right. One sec. Basic types, type systems, advanced C#, generic reference, blah, blah, blah. Collections. I swear it's in chapter 4. Events, lambdas, anonymous, enumerate, extensions, tuples, attributes, callers, behaviors. Hang on. Let's go all the way to the back here. Let's go all the way to the back. This book has been, I've been actually reading this book cover to cover, folks. This book is so good. If you're solid at C#, this book has been really good. All right, garbage collection, generic types, page 145. Page 145. All right, and I remember seeing this in here. All right, so we're on generic types. Let's see if we can find this answer here. Specifically, I want generic methods, and I want to do type constraints, generic constraints. Lord Heck says, all right, Cap, I'll see you in your next stream at 7 a.m. here. It's time to go to bed. Have yourself a beautiful day, my friend. Have yourself a beautiful day. Let me real quick, let me show you where you can find that information. There's a couple places. I try and stream daily. It's starting tomorrow. It's gonna be 8 a.m. Eastern. So we have daylight savings time in the United States, but you can find my schedule at Twitch TV Captain Coder in the About section. In the About section, you will find the countdown to the next one. So 5 a.m. local time. 5 a.m. local time is when I will be streaming next, which is going to be 8 a.m. Eastern time, but there's a time change, so it's a little bit tricky, but almost daily. Almost daily. Have yourself a beautiful day, Lord Heck. As always, keep growing, keep coding, be the best you can be, and you are welcome back anytime, my friend. Anytime. Johnny boy, oh, Johnny boy, welcome back. Johnny boy, welcome back, my friend. Happy Saturday. How the heck are you on this beautiful day? I hope it's beautiful wherever you happen to be. All right, so here's what I'm looking at. I'm trying to figure out how to do this type constraint in a specific thing. So the type constraint I need is it to be a class and implements the I inventory type. That said, I might change this real quick. Actually, I think this grid element is going to be different. No, I'm going to change this. I changed my mind on how I want to implement this. This is actually going to take in a dimensions. All right. Update dimensions. All right. So it's going to take in a dimensions new size like this. And this is going to take our dimensions. This is actually just called init with our dimensions dot. This is going to be new size. New size dot rows. New size dot columns. And we're just gonna keep the same cell size. We propagate that through. So this is just gonna forward like this. Great question, Biko. What is dimensions? Dimensions is a type that we defined that provides, it's a struct. It's a struct here that is hashable that has a rows and columns. It provides a rows and columns we can use. It's part of our system here. So it's a dimension that defines a discrete rectangular shape with rows and columns. So you can think of dimensions, if we were to go look at our grid, as defining, it's a single type that has information for the rows and widths. Ask, how do you use it? Great question. Great question. So I'm using it. Let me pull up my, this here. So we're using it in our core library. In the following way. Toxic, 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 I thank you for following me. Toxic, toxic, welcome to the crew. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. Toxic, thank you so much for the follow. We also got Blakey, welcome to the crew. I'd like to thank you for following me. I said Blakey, 213. You are now in the Academy. Blakey, thank you so much for following, my friend. A happy Saturday. If I pronounced your name incorrectly, do not hesitate to correct me. This is Captain Coder's Academy, where we are learning and coding and growing together as a crew. If you have any questions, program related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I'm happy to entertain questions. Just keep them PG-11, family friendly, folks. And backseat coding is highly encouraged and welcome. Biko, I'm so sorry for getting distracted there. I just got so excited for the new members of our crew. Biko is asking, what is dimensions? So dimensions is a type that we defined in our crafting. Let's see, where's dimensions? Dimensions.cs. It's essentially a class that defines rows and columns. So it has to be a positive value. So at least one row, at least one column, but it can grow arbitrarily. And then we're using it sort of to define the shapes of our grid. So dimension has at least a row size of 1, at least a column size of 1, has to be initialized that way. And then in our inventory grid, we use that to basically do lookups and bounds checks within our implementation. So in our implementation, we actually have a 2-dimensional array of our grid, and we use that to initialize its size here. I hope that answered your question, Biko. So it's just the rows and columns. There's no array attached to it, but we use that information to keep track of our array size under the hood internally. Did that answer your question? Roiku says, I demand compensation for having to listen to this. Roiku, I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I know I messed up Toxic song a little bit. So real quick, everyone, for having to bear that burden of that slightly botched song, Toxic. I'm so sorry. 50 points to all of you for having to bear that. But welcome aboard, everyone. So happy to have you here. Biko, you're welcome. Okay. So rather than taking in the whole inventory, all we really care about is the dimensions on it. And so we're just gonna forward that here, update dimensions. So when we wake up here, what I actually want to do is before we get this grid element. Okay, so now our grid element, we're say update dimensions. It's gonna be based on our inventory grid dot grid size. Inventory grid dot size. Okay, so this is we're gonna call this our this is funny to me. It has this grid size. That's funny. I'm gonna double check if I want to rename this variable here. Tim Spurgeons, I welcome you. Tim Spurgeons, I welcome you to Captain Coder's Academy. Thank you, Tim Spurgeons, for the follow. I'd like to thank you for following me. Tim Spurgeons, thank you. Tim Spurgeons, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Saturday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. Looks like good morning, Tim Spurgeons says. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. If you have any questions, program related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I'm happy to entertain them. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew. Biko says, where to use points? Good question. We got a little shop. Stream Elements shop, you can spend those points in if you'd like to. Rick says, just kidding about the singing. It's a beautifully sung. You're welcome. But it's become a tradition for you to be sorry afterwards and offer treasures. Gotcha. Sometimes I botch them. That Tim Spurgeon song, I don't think I botched that one. Wasn't the best, wasn't the worst, somewhere in between. Christoph Howard, hello my friend, welcome aboard. Happy to see you. Christoph, how are you on this beautiful Saturday, my friend? So nice to see you. Rick says, oh, it's Saturday. This is a good stream to come to know what day it is of the week. That's right. I said over and over and over. Tim Spurgeon says, it was on point. I'm glad you felt so. I do my best, folks. The captain tries. I try to do my best just for you folks. Try and keep it fresh, keep it real. Sometimes the songs get a little bit repetitive. Sometimes my eyebrows get a little bit repetitive too. But, you know, I do my best. I do my best for you, for the crew. All right, folks. So here we are getting this grid element. I'm updating it. So I wanted to see here, if I do this update, does it resize the scene? Roku, repetitive eyebrows trademark. That's right. Repetitive eyebrows. The repetitive eyebrows. All right. So I set this to be my backpack, which is going to be a 2x6. So let's see what happens with this when I hit run. I'm curious if it's going to actually update it here. It does. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. That's exactly how I wanted it to go. Let's update. I want these. We're going to change these to 32. That's what I wanted. We might end up doing 24, but 32 seems like a good bet. And then if I switch this, I'm going to swap out this backpack here for another one. Yeah, so we got that backpack. Now let's try with our player inventory, which should be 4x10. Let's see what that looks like. This is coming along. Okay, so we can swap that out pretty easily here with our inventory grid like that. So it'll wake up and it will set those values for us. Pretty happy with that. Okay. All right, let's do a quick commit here. Let's do a quick commit. Gosh, there's a lot of things that got changed because I'll save this scene. Save the scene. We're gonna commit here. Feet. This is more of a chore, work in progress. I'm gonna do work in progress. Add basic inventory grid controller. We haven't implemented it yet. Have not implemented it yet. We're approaching our first break here. It's been almost 90 minutes. Unfortunately, I got distracted and we didn't get our first task done, which is to find or generate item graphics here. Christoph says, last weekend on my dad's PC, Microsoft asked if I wanted to restore Microsoft recommended settings and to up our subscription to them. It took 3 screens to confirm that I wanted to ignore it. Wow. That sounds frustrating. I have not had such an experience as that which you describe. Christoph says, that got me to start the process to transition to Ubuntu. So far, I have 1 laptop on it. Royal CW Game says, do you think I should get the C# Player's Guide? I think everyone should have the C# Player's Guide if it is not a financial burden. It is my favorite. I think it is the best, absolute best Learn C# book for beginners, for advancers, for anyone who is learning C#. If you're learning C#, even if you're advanced programming, this book is a fabulous way to pick up C#. If you're already stalled programming, the first 14 chapters you're gonna blow through them, and then you get into like some deep guts of C# implementation. Fabulous book, highly recommend. Cannot recommend it enough. Yeah, no sponsorship on that book at all. I just recommend the heck out of it because I love that book. And it deserves the love. It deserves the love. What's the JavaScript version of that, Christoph? That's a great question. I don't know. I don't have a good JavaScript book. JavaScript it's like more like a welcome to the Wild West of programming. That said, JavaScript can be powerful, but I don't have a JavaScript recommended book. I'm so sorry. I wish I did. Maybe I should get one. Yeah, I don't have one. Okay, so we were gonna go. Yeah, I want to generate or find some graphics here. So let me log in. We're gonna generate some graphics. I'm gonna log into Leonardo. We're gonna use Leonardo AI. Leonardo to generate a couple. I want to get 1, 2, 3. I want to get 4 different graphics for this. We're gonna see if we can do this in the next 15 minutes before we have to take our first break. Christoph says, I'd appreciate it. Christoph, just to remind me, can you add it on the Discord? Could you make a request? Do I have a request? Put it in recommendations for me. If you could tag me in recommendations and say, JavaScript book you recommend, and I'll see if I can find one. I don't personally have one, but I have some other people I can talk to and ask what their best resources are for JavaScript. That said, I don't really teach. I do have a web development class, but that's more of an HTML, CSS, and I don't have a book for that class. We just sort of build as we go. Getting a good book would be really helpful. All right, so we are logged in to Leonardo AI here. I want to find a couple different items, so I'm gonna do some prompts here. I'm gonna do some prompts. I want to get a 1x1. Okay, so let's go with potion icon, digital. I guess I could remove the digital art part. Let's see what happens if I do this. We'll do this a couple generations here. See if we can get some potion icons. That'll hopefully be our 1x1. So our potion icons will probably be our 1x1. 2x1, I'm gonna see if I can find a belt icon, a fantasy belt icon. That's gonna be our 2x1. A 2x1 is actually should be like a dagger or something like that. Dagger icon. I was thinking a 1x2. We might do a 1x2. This would be our belt. We'll see a 1x2 if we get there. Count Orin, welcome to the chat. Count Orin, hello, my friend. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. Whatever time it is for you, whatever it happens to be, I hope it's a good day. Good day to you, Count Orin. Good day. Happy Saturday. I hope it's a beautiful Saturday wherever you happen to be. All right, now we're gonna do 2x2. I'll go with shield icon. Shield icon, and then this one I want it to be like leather armor icon. Let's see if we can get any of these to generate something useful. We got a lot going. Okay, so we got some good, some good potion icons. Some good potion icons. I'm gonna take one of these, turn this into a 16x6, and let's remove the background. Let's see if we can get the background removed from this one. I really like that. Apparently it generated a bunch of potion icon. Count Orin says it looks like a nice day here. Is that Kentucky? Is KY Kentucky? Look, I'm a simpleton. I'm sorry if I don't know all the state symbols. You think I would know better. Well, that removal did not work well. We're gonna leave that background in, see if we can remove it in the GIMP ourselves. All right, so we're gonna save this as. Thank you, Christoph. Much appreciated, friend, for your contributions to society, Christoph. For your contributions. 50 points to you, my friend. Much appreciated. I appreciate you. And we're going to take a look at that later. We're going to take a look at that later, see if I can find a book this maybe later today. I'm not sure. So we are working on our inventory, grid-based inventory system. 27 degrees here, pretty warm for winter. Gotcha. Count Orin says, what do you think about F# in gaming? Look, I think it's an awesome choice. So Count Orin, here's the thing. Here's what I love. Fun fact, we just haven't gotten there. I've been playing around with this. You can use F# in Unity. Did you know if you can write your code in F# in Unity? Not quite everything, but you can write your libraries in F# and then get them into Unity and use them. It's actually super cool. It's super, super cool. Create a new folder here called items like this, and save our potions here, potions like that. We're gonna do some editing there. You could use Fable to compile to Rust too. Interesting. I think getting Rust to work specifically in Unity would be a little bit more tricky. Ooh, these are some great belt icons. Look at those. Look at those. I really like this one. Let's see if this will let us remove the background in Count Orin says, and use some game engine from there. Yeah, so I'm a huge functional programming nerd. So anytime I'm like, oh yeah, of course, you should use functional programming for everything. A lot of my programming style is very functional style. These shields are terrible. I don't like them. Let's go with a shield fantasy round shield icons. Let's generate that. Let's see if we can. There, our leather armor. Ooh, that looks good too. I love this AI stuff for prototyping, for quick stuff is super nice. Let's remove the background from that. See if we can use this one here. Get a different shield icon. Oh, I gotta actually. Oh yeah, we're removing the backgrounds. Did the background removal work? That worked beautifully. We'll down that. ITC. Woo me. Woomy, folks, ITC Studios here. How the heck are you, ITC? How are you, Woomy? So nice. Thank you for popping in. Belts. Unicurt says there's some GitHub repo to use Rust and Unity might have been DLLs. So you can do what's called I forget what they call it specifically in C#, but essentially it's a foreign function interface where you have what's called, I think it's an unmanaged code where you call out to an existing library. ITC says, I'm good. How about you? I'm doing fabulous, ITC. For anyone who doesn't know, ITC Studios, Woomy here is a fantastic pixel artist, game developer. She is working on Anomaly, an incredible 2D action RPG, side-scrolling fun. You gotta check it out. Give her some love. Attention all lurkers. Please direct your attention to the chat at this moment. Hit that little heart. If you're not following Woomy, if you're not following ITC Studios, you gotta give them some love. Give her some love. Love her. Why aren't you? Hey. You in the back. Pay attention. Give Woomy some love. She deserves it. She just celebrated her birthday, folks. Do it for Woomy. All right. Count Orton is saying, good to find more functional programming. See, I often say I'm a recovering Haskell addict because for years I would not program in anything except Haskell. Drove a lot of people nuts. In fact, I ended up writing this whole transpiler from Haskell to Java just so I could use Haskell at work. And made it. So I worked at a place where we had our own custom Java virtual machine, and I wrote a thing that could compile Haskell. The Haskell, not in the entirety of Haskell, can compile Haskell to Java bytecodes just so I could use it, because that's how much I loved Haskell. So I often say I'm recovering Haskell. How's day 4 going? It's going beautifully, Woomy. It's going beautifully. If you haven't seen it yet, day 3, we made some excellent progress. We got our grid system. I think you were here to see the grid system working pretty well, where we can change. Why won't you copy video address? Why won't you play? So we can change the size of it like this. Lance says, woohoo! Got rotations working with my ship position data script to determine ship rotation to target using the data instead of transform position checks. That is fantastic, Lance. I'm so glad to hear that. I'd love to see more and understand more about you. So, Woomy, what we're doing right now, before our first break, we're trying to find or generate item graphics for our grid, so that way we can actually implement drag and drop. So I'm finding our things here. We got just a few minutes left before I got to take a break. And so we're gonna see if we can get all of these. So we got potions, we got belts. So we got a 1x1, we got a 1x2. Can we get a 2x1? 2x1, did the background get removed nice from this? It did. So we got a 2x1. So to save this. So we're generating these because I'm not so hot at the programming, or sorry, the art myself. It takes a long time. Count Oren says, actually, I'm lifting up a new project that intended to bring together a lot of the company code. So I was thinking F# could be a great candidate. With Fable, I could compile the F# code to languages like JavaScript, Python, Rust, TypeScript. I gotta look at Fable. Is Fable a transpiler? Count Orange, how is your experience with consuming .NET functions in C++ and C? I haven't done it. So I'm very, very new to .NET. So I say very, very new. People get mad at me a little bit. I've only been doing it for about 19 months. So I have been using it for less than 2 years. I fell in love with .NET when I discovered it, or with .NET 6, essentially. I was like, holy moly, this is awesome. Christoph says, how is the licensing and who owns AI images? From what I understand is that you're as a generator. So there's a lot of questions, and that's a loaded question, Christoph. We don't know. There's gonna be a lot of legal fights over this. But what they're trying to say with OpenAI is that the person who generates it is the owner, but you do not have the copyright. So from what I understand is you are the owner, but not the creator. So there's a difference between owner, creator, and who has the copyright. So you don't own the copyright, you own the image itself, but you don't have the copyright to that image. I don't know all the details. Count Orin, so sorry you got blocked there. My Stream Elements bot gets a little bit crazy. I'll have to add that to the trusted one. So we're gonna do leather armor. That said, Christoph, I'm not a lawyer. Do not take that as de facto truth. That is just what I believe is to be the case. These shield icons are terrible. Fantasy, let's go. Fantasy, although I guess I could, it's just a prototype. I could just go with it. Fantasy, round shield, metal. Let's go with wooden, round shield, generate. And this will be our backup here. This one will be our backup just in case I can't get it to generate. Let's open these up in the GIMP, see if we can extract out a single image here. Open with GIMP here. That worked out pretty well. All right, and Fable sent, Count Orin sent us Fable. I'm super interested to know more about this. I'm gonna add this to my bookmarks. Save you. We stand with Ukraine. Fantastic. Fable is a compiler that brings F# into the JavaScript ecosystem. So my question is, this is a transpile. Transpile. Does it transpile to JavaScript? I'm really curious about that. I do like F#. I don't like it as much as Haskell. Transpilers are cool though. So it takes your F# code and transpiles it. So my question is does it parses the code, or does it use bytecodes or something? I gotta check it out. Thank you for Count Orin for sharing that. Add points. Count Orin for your contributions to society, my friend. 50 points to you. I appreciate you. Thank you for that. F# is very pragmatic, non-high kind of types though. Yeah, so there are things that I've really liked about it. There are things that have driven me crazy about it a little bit. All right, so we're gonna take this. We're gonna see if we can remove this background. We can. Oh, we gotta add in an alpha channel. Let's remove that. Let's change this to black if we can. Can we get this to be black? Select everything. Oh, I just want you to flood fill threshold low. All right, this is gonna be good enough because when we scale it down, hopefully image, canvas size, let's make you 128 by 128. Can we center that? Yeah. Resize, and then we're gonna scale you down. Image, scale image down to 32 by 32. So we get a little bit there. I think that's good enough for what I want to do. So we're gonna export this as in our Unity project, go in our assets, in our sprites, create a folder here called items, and we're gonna create a potion image here. So we're gonna export that here. What do we got? So sorry, I missed you, Christoph. It says, see me, watch time, gotcha. It says, nice potion collection, yeah. Count Orin says, I'll use the points wisely. Glad to hear it. Programmer Archstream, that's right. Programmer Archstream. IT says, GIMP looks different than when I last used it. Yeah, so it's gone through some serious iterations since I've been using it. But it's a useful tool. It's pretty useful. It's free, it's open source. I shouldn't say I teach a class. I've taught a class in the past that was called The Art of Programming, where you end up writing Python scripts specifically as extensions to GIMP, and that class was super fun. Let's open up the next one here. Let's get, where'd my folder go here? Let's see if we get some belts. Open up a new file. Come on, open with GIMP. Count Orin, thank you for the follow, my friend, and welcome to the crew. Count Orin, my friend, I'd like to thank you for following Captain Coder's Academy today. Welcome aboard, Count Orin. I'm so happy you're here. Count Orin says, do you use NixOS as well? Yes, I've used NixOS as well. When I became a computer science teacher, prior to becoming a computer science teacher, I essentially worked exclusively in Linux, typically Arch Linux. but a lot of my clients used Ubuntu, so I was pretty familiar with Ubuntu as well. And Debian-based distributions. So I had to do a lot or I prefer Linux, GNU operating systems. That said, my school's a bring your own device school, so I actually operate on Windows a lot because that's what 70% of my students have. So I want to just understand the quirks. And then also Macs. I have all of them set up. Chris says, it is cool, but not simple to do a bunch of things that are very simple with Photoshop. Yeah, there's a lot of built-in stuff in Photoshop from what I understand. I've never quite used Photoshop to any like extensive degree. Let us scale this image. Our width, let's go down to 128 here. Actually it needs to go down to 64 because this is a 2x1. And then, so we're gonna scale that. This is gonna be our belt here. So it's gonna be a little chonky. It's gonna be a little chonkier. That's okay. That's okay, folks. And then let's see if can we change our canvas size to be 32. All right, so the height should be 32, and let's center that. So this is gonna be our belt icon. That's interesting that it brought that back in. Let's go ahead and take that out. Some little extra information there. All right, so let's export this as our belt into our assets folder. Assets, sprites. We're going overtime, folks. We got to stop here in just a moment to take a break. Take a break. All right, so export this belt here. Union Chris, have you tried Paint.net? Although maybe it's Windows only. Paint.net. So I have not used Paint.net. That's a good question. Christoph, I reset the break, not at the start of the stream properly. So we're definitely at 90 minutes right now. So that's where I limit myself. All right, so we're gonna stop here. Didn't quite get one of these done before the break, but we're gonna take a quick break, folks. We're gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna get myself some more bean water, get myself some more, I haven't been drinking my regular water, so I'm gonna chug myself some regular water. I'm gonna get myself some bean water, and then we're gonna hop back in. When I get back, we're gonna do some stretching. We gotta take care of ourselves. Captain Coder loves you, which means you should love you. And if you love you, you should love your body. And if you love your body, you gotta take care of it. So we're gonna get back. We're gonna do some stretches, folks. So hang tight, grab your bear with me while I get some coffee, and I shall return. Don't forget, get your mom on the phone. Let her know Captain's about to do some stretches. Get your mom stretching with you, get your dog stretching with you, get your bear stretching with you. We shall return. Hang tight, folks. Captain will return. All right, folks. Thank you for bearing with me. I hope that bear didn't eat you, folks, but the captain's back. And you know what that means? We're back from our stretch. I got myself some delicious bean water. This stream's brought to you by Don Francisco's Butterscotch Coffee Toffee. Butterscotch Toffee Coffee. Sorry, folks. Butterscotch Toffee Coffee. Delicious, dark bean water. So good. No cream, no sugar. Black and delicious. I love it. So good. We've got weed jokes following me. I want to thank you for following me. Weed jokes. You followed me, and I want to thank you for following. Weed, thank you so much for being here today. Happy Saturday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. You're just in time, my friend. This is Captain Coders Academy. This is where we learn and code and grow together as a crew. I'm a computer science educator. I work at a school for students aged 10 to 14. I teach programming, computer science topics there. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, don't hesitate to ask. Let's just keep it PG-11, my friend. This is a family-friendly stream. I want mom and dad and Johnny and Sally and Susie and Bobby all to get together. Maybe even with their dog Fido, sit down in front of the stream and learn how to code and grow together. And backseat coding is encouraged. That said,
Seems good.
it does seem good, Real C-Dub. It does seem good. Thank you for that. We are going to get some stretching in. The captain loves you. That means you should love you. And if you love you should love your body. And if you love your body, you got to get up. You got to get up. You're probably like the captain, hunched over on your computer, on your gaming console, assuming the gamer position, edge of the seat with the controller, leaning into it, really getting into it. You don't even realize it, but you're causing those RSIs, those repeated stress injuries to your body. So you got to get up every hour, 2 hours tops. I try to do every 90 minutes. Get on up. I'm going to get some stretches in, folks. The first stretch we're going to do is my favorite. We're going to stretch out our forearms, make sure we stave off that carpal tunnel syndrome. I got carpal tunnel syndrome myself on my right side, so you just got to be careful. But we're going to take those fingers, grab those fingers, pull back slightly. Once you feel a little bit of tension in your arm, you're going to stop pulling back. You don't want to hurt yourself. Keep that arm straight, but the elbow not locked. You don't want to cut off that blood flow. You're just going to hold this. We're going to hold it for 20 seconds, folks. Oh, yeah. Doesn't that feel that stretch? You can feel it immediately, loving your body, taking care of yourself. The captain wants you to have a long, healthy body for as long as possible. And it's so easy to damage that body if you don't take care of it. Here we go, another 5 seconds. I want to switch directions here. Go ahead and roll that wrist out. Roll that wrist out. Nice and loose. Go the other way. Now we're going to stretch across the top. You should feel no pain in your wrist. If you're feeling pain in your wrist, you're pulling too hard, you're pulling it not correctly. No pain in the wrist or in the forearm there. So go ahead and pull it down this time. Oh, yeah. Feel that stretch across the top. Doesn't that feel wonderful? We're going to hold this for 20 more seconds, folks. Doesn't it feel great? It should feel good. You should feel that tension sort of building slightly. Just hold it there, and then when you release it, you feel that blood gushing, feel that blood coursing, gushing in and out of that heart muscle into the rest of your body, into that arm, into that forearm muscle. Oh, yeah. Go ahead and roll that wrist out, folks. Roll it out. We're going to switch sides now. Take that left hand or right hand, whichever one's the opposite. Stretch that muscle out. Take those fingertips, point them up, grab them, pull back slightly until you get a little tension in your forearm. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Doesn't that feel wonderful? Isn't it nice taking care of yourself? I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. I hope you're doing this with your family, too. If anyone's trying to say, well, what are you doing? Say, I'm taking care of myself. You should take care of yourself, too. Get them in on it. Get them in on this stretchage, folks, because you got to love yourself. You got to love yourself. Love yourself. Love your body. Love, just love everything. It's good to love. Oh, yeah. Roll out that wrist. Roll out that wrist. Again, if you feel any pain, you're doing it wrong. Don't hurt yourself. Take those fingertips, point them down, and go ahead and pull down, and maybe toward yourself a little bit and stretch out that top there. Get that. Oh, yeah. It feels good. Does it feel good for you? It feels good for me. I hope it feels. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It feels good. It feels real good, folks. Just take all that stress, all that tension melting out of my body here. Hold this for another 10 seconds, and we're going to roll that wrist out. Ooh, feels lovely. Feels lovely. All right, go ahead and roll that wrist out. Roll that wrist out. Shake it out maybe a little bit. Let's go ahead and do a big breath in. Big breath in. Reach up. Get up on those tippy tops. Reach up. Stretch up. Oh, yeah. Hold this. Breathe normally. Don't hold your breath. Keep that blood. Oh, get that blood going. Oh, yeah. We're going to hold this. Hold this. Oh, yeah. Doesn't it feel good, folks? It should feel good. All right. Tim, we're going to inhale. As you exhale, slowly roll down. Roll down, hinge at the hips, hinge at your waist, and just hang. Hang. Keep those legs straight, but don't lock the knees. You don't want to cut off the blood flow. You don't want to accidentally pass out. If you can't touch your toes, no big deal. You should feel this stretch in your glutes, up in your lower back. As you just hang them. Breathe in and out normally. Nice, normal breath. Oh, doesn't it feel good, folks? I've been doing this now for about 2 months. I've never really been. Once before in my life when I was stretching a lot, I was able to touch my toes. I can freaking touch my toes. This is amazing. This is amazing. I'm really proud of myself. I think you should be proud of yourselves too for doing this. All right, go ahead and breathe in. We're gonna breathe in for 4, and as we do, slowly roll up. In, 2. Shoulders up, back and down. We're gonna do some shoulder rolls. Go ahead and roll those shoulders back. 1, 2, 3, 4 with the elbows. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. 2, 3, 4. Bring it forward. 2, 3, 4. Add the elbows. 2, 3, 4. Full arms. 2, 3, 4. All right, folks, thank you so much for taking the time to join me. Take care of yourself. If you didn't do all those stretches, that's okay. Captain still loves you. Just make sure you're getting up, taking care of yourself if you need to. And for joining me in those stretches, because I know you did. 50 points to all of you freaking lovely people out there. All you lovely, beautiful, friggin' amazing people out there. I love you. The captain loves you. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. The other nice benefit. Oh man, my coffee's the perfect temperature after we stretch all the time. So delicious, so delicious. Oh yeah, that bean water. Oh, it's so good. That bean water, I love it. Love it. Andrea says, oh my God, that felt good. I think you said good. Oh yeah, it felt good. I'm so glad thank you, Andreas, for joining me in that. I hope I hope it felt good. It felt lovely for me. Let's hop back into it, folks. Let's reset that break timer. Let's get that break reset, folks. And we're gonna hop back in. Let's see if we can get the rest. Let's see if we get this first. Find generate items. We gotta get these set up. We have, which ones did we do? We have our 1x1. Let's go look at our sprites real quick. We have our 1x1, we have our belt. ITC says, I'll be returning to lurk mode now. Can't wait to see the graphics in return. Enjoy your lurk, Woomy. Captain Coder, appreciate you choosing to lurk at Captain Coder's Academy. We know there are many places to lurk on Twitch, and we appreciate you choosing to lurk here. Enjoy your lurk, Woomy. Enjoy. I hope you're productive. I hope you're productive wherever you're lurking off to. All right, so we have our 1x1, we have a 1x2, we're gonna get a 2x1, which is gonna be our dagger graphic, I believe. All right, so let's get our dagger graphic open in here. Open with the GIMP. Open with the GIMP. All right, let's go ahead and we're gonna crop this out a little bit like that. It's our 2x1, so 2 rows. So let's scale this down, scale image. It's gonna be 64 tall. Oh, wrong size, 64 tall. And it's gonna be 32 wide. So we'll scale that down like that. And then we're gonna do our image canvas size. We're gonna make it 32 wide, center that in there, resize it, boom, solid, export it as, it's gonna be into our Unity project assets. Spritz items, this is our dagger. Export that. Let's get our next graphic loaded up. It's going to be our leather armor. We're going to open this up in the GIMP here. Open with the GIMP. Great way to prototype and build stuff, folks. AI generated graphics have been awesome to me. This is more square, but we're gonna squash it down a little bit. So we're gonna do image, scale image. It's gonna be through 2 wide and 3 tall. So it's gonna be 64. It's 32 by 32. And then the height, we're gonna undo that. What is 64? 96. Let's see if this looks reasonable. Royal C-Dub says, I'm back. Welcome back, Royal C-Dub. How we doing, folks? Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. That's gonna be our leather armor icon. Let's go ahead and export this as in our assets, sprites, items, leather armor, exportage. Christoph says, I'm gonna lurk setting up Media Monkey using Wine and Media Monkey's instructions. They also say on that page they are working on native Mac and Linux support. Ooh, interesting. Royal C-Dub's gonna be streaming soon. Awesome, my friend. I hope I'll be able to catch you later today. I'm gonna be streaming probably for another 3 or 4 hours myself. Probably closer to 3, but maybe 4. We'll see how long we go today. I'm trying to build up my endurance a little bit. I'm trying to build up my endurance because I want to. All right, folks, if you're enjoying the captain, you got to mark your calendar because we're doing a streamathon April 2nd to the 7th. I'm going to try and stream as much as I can. That's my spring break. We're going to be doing our Dungeon Crawler Game Jam. I'm going to be trying to stream 8 hours a day, maybe more than. So we're going to see. I'm trying to build up my endurance, seeing how I'm going to run my stream for going that long, whether or not it's possible I can do it. Rossi does. I have something in 3 hours. Can I get the link? Oh, just to this calendar. This is just like there's no real calendar here. Really, it's I was just saying mark your calendars. April 2nd through April 7th. I'll be streaming along the Game Jam. Yeah. Let me give you the link to the Game Jam. What's the date range? Christoph says it's essentially during this Game Jam, but April 2nd to April 7th. I'm going to be doing a lot longer streams. I'm not entirely sure the exact times, but the week before I'm out on vacation, I get back on the 2nd, and we will be streaming like a mad person. Streaming till you drop. Stream until you drop. That's what we'll be doing, folks. It should be a good time. I'm really excited for it, but we're gonna try and do our Dungeon Crawler Game Jam in about six-ish days. 5, probably closer to 5, but we'll see. Okay. So we got our, did I export that to the right spot? Yeah, so we got our different shapes. So there's one more item. 2x2, oh yeah, our shield. I was hoping to get a better shield. This shield is kind of, stinky's not the best word, but that shield's, I don't like it. There we go, this is much better. Let's see if we can get this shield. Can we remove the back? I like this one the best. Can we remove the background from that? Or this one? I like this one better. Let's see if we can get the background removed, folks, and then we can get that imported. Did I reset my break timer? Let's see, break. Did I reset you? I did. Okay, I did remember. This one I like. No background. All right, that worked out well. We're going to download this bad boy. Get this down here, shield. And then we're going to open that up in our GIMP. Open with the GIMP. All right. And then this is going to be our, let's see if I can crop that a little bit closer so our graphic goes closer to the edges. Okay, like this. All right, we're going to do crop that image, scale image. It's going to be 2x2, so this would be 64, like that. And then let us resize the canvas just so that we get that in there. 64x64, center, resize, and export. We're gonna export a shield in him. All right, grid inventory, assets, spritz, items, shield. All right, so these are the items to do. Royal C says the jam is the week I have spring break. Awesome, my friend. I'm happy to hear that. You're going to be welcome to be here as much or as little as you would like, but I will be here all week long, I think. All right, let's get these loaded up here. We got all of those. And the idea, let's see how they're going to look. So I'm interested how this is going to work. We need sort of like a, actually, folks, you're going to be doing the Game Jam. Gotcha. So no pressure then to be here. You're going to be keeping yourself very busy as well. Very busy as well. So we just look, we got our graphics, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 graphics. We did it, folks. We did it. We made it here. For being here, you know what's going to happen. Since you are here to witness this momentous occasion, all we get 50 points. All we get 50 points. We got that. We got our images. We're going to see how they look in our UI. So one thing that I need to be able to do, so let's get our UI builder here. Let's switch to UI builder mode, I think. Layouts, UI builder. One thing that we're going to want to be able to do is have these be in the scene as absolutes. So this is going to be interesting because I'm not entirely sure. It's going to be, they need to like snap into the grid. All right. So I'm not quite sure how I'm going to do it, but we're going to think about it. The general idea is this though, is that we're going to have an image, where are you? Image, controls, numeric fields. Isn't there an image here? Is it just visual element? All right, so, but the generic, let's do a visual element. I know that there's an image type. It's gonna be a visual element that's inside of here. Come on, go inside, please. There you go, it's a visual element that's inside here. And it is going to have, is there really not an image type? I know that there are, interesting. I know that I can add the image types directly. Okay. Anyway, so there's gonna be an image type here. For fun, just for now, I'm gonna set the image to our sword. Interesting. Why can't I do that? Texture, sprite. All right. So this will be sword. Nope. Why is that not showing up here? What are these? Are these not set up? Rel C-Dub's going live in 10 minutes. 10 minutes, C-Dub. So happy to hear that. Going live in 10 minutes, folks. If you want to see someone, what are you streaming, Royal C-Dub? What will you be streaming in 10 minutes? I'm just curious. Let's see here. We are going to, I need to switch my layouts here. Or let's see, properties here. Game dev, gotcha. This going to be your escape room game? Is that what you're working on? Gotcha. Very, very cool. Very, very cool. I'm excited. You got to keep me up to date on your progress, my friend. If I'll try and catch your stream if I happen to end early enough to do so. Otherwise, please keep me abreast of what you're doing on the Discord. Jaden Joestar says hello, good morning, and we also have Nameless Coder. Jaden, Nameless Coder, happy Saturday to you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be. It's so nice to have you back. We are continuing to work on our inventory system here. I don't know why I cannot set, can I drag this in here? I can. I don't know why it wouldn't let me do that. All right, so my belt here, I'm gonna have to set the size of this. Okay, so the size, I'm just playing around with how I'm gonna do this. This one is 64 and 32 pixels tall, like that. So let's get our belt icon. Its position should be absolute. Okay, so the idea is that we'll be able to take this element and we'll be able to drag it and snap. It needs to snap into these spots. So calculating that is going to be interesting. I don't know exactly how to do it, but that's the idea. Is we're going to snap it into place wherever it happens to be. So I'm excited to see if we can get that to work. Jaden, Nameless Coder, how the heck are you? Welcome back to the Academy. We are making lots of progress here. Okay, so but that's the idea, is that I think I set it to absolute. We can get it to drag around in there. We want it to snap in. So let us see how we can make that happen. So inside of our grid element, that's where we're gonna put it. I'm doing fabulous, Nameless Coder. I'm doing fabulous. Absolutely wonderful. The idea here, okay, so I actually do think I want it to be inside of this. inside of this here. And so the Ginger says, I can't remember what game I played that had an inventory system like that. Maybe Ghost Runner. It's inspired by the Diablo. The Diablo 1 and 2 had an inventory system kind of like this. Someone was saying Subnautica also has an inventory system like this. Yeah. But we're going to be using this in our dungeon crawler. This was someone on the Discord. So folks, if you want to see, every week we try and do something new. Every week we try and do something new here. If you want to suggest a project, if you want to suggest, if there's something specific you want to see me implement on the Discord, you can suggest a project in the project ideas, folks. You can do it. And then that's the whole reason we're doing this is someone said, can you do an inventory? And I was like, yeah, let's try that out. That'll be a fun project. I'm not sure what we'll be doing next week, but we'll find out. Jaden just says, I mean, Ghost Runner because it's the puzzle pieces for level ups. Gotcha. Super cool. Maybe kind of like Minecraft. Interesting. Yeah, I know Minecraft's inventories like this. All of Minecraft's items, I believe, are the same shape though, one by one. So what I want to do is I think we're gonna add this in here. Let's see if we can get that to happen. I'm gonna add in a method we can call. So I'm gonna add in a method we can call. Did I not do a commit? I think I did. I'm gonna add in a method in our grid element. No, our grid element controller. This is our inventory grid controller. This has a backing inventory. Okay, so the idea here is that we want to be able to add in an item. Ooh, we're probably gonna have to make an item container as well. Jane Josar says, fun fact, the maximum inventory hotkeys you can have is 12, not just 9, including 0 to the minus equals. This is in Minecraft. HT Kage says, sup, capped. What's up, HT Kage? How the heck are you folks? HT Kage is also a streamer. I need to get a hotkey set up for you, my friend. HT Kage, give him some love, folks. Give him some love. HT Kage, a speedrunner. Is that right? You're a speedrunning extraordinaire turned game dev? HT Kage, correct me if I'm wrong. Wonderful stuff happening over there. You got to check him out. Give him some love. Hit that little heart. Did you click the heart yet? Did you click the heart? If you didn't, you in the back. Pay attention. Click that heart. HT Kage says, no, I'm a washed up speedrunner. No, speedrunner extraordinaire. An extraordinary speedrunner. Name was Chris says, wait, so when you have a 2x1, will the middle line disappear? It's gonna depend on the layering. The middle line doesn't disappear. It'll still be part of the grid system, but I think it's gonna go over it. Jane just says, I remember speedrunning Mario 1 and World as a kid. Interesting. So the items will snap into the grid slots. That's the idea. That said, where I put that in there will determine. So if I think it's actually going to show up. If I put at the top, it won't let me put it there anyway. The ordering would change it. So if I wanted this to appear on top, I don't think that would be hard to do. In the grid itself. Tuber Tugger says, it has been a few days as productive as you are. You must be miles ahead of what I last saw. Well, I wasn't able to stream yesterday, so I didn't make any progress yesterday. If anyone wants to see the progress we've made day by day, if you want the day by day snapshot, or you missed something, if you want the day by day or miss something, we've got a blog that I've been keeping up to date with day 1, day 2, day 3. So we're only on day 4, but we did implement a UI tool that lets us specify the rows, columns, and it dynamically resizes our UI based on that. And so we're in the process of implementing the drag and drop system for it now. Jaden says, this looks like you're getting into HTML, CSS front-end territory, which I find real boring. We gotta do UI somehow, right? We gotta do UI somehow. Luckily, I was exploring it. I enjoyed it. HTML, CSS stuff, not the most exciting. I agree with that. But it's cool to learn this new system to make it more easy to be portable to other projects. So if you were to take this and drop it into your own project, easy to change the grid, easy to change the sizes, and easy to change those things. So we're building those tools. Royal C-Dub Gaming's live, folks. If you want to go check out Royal C-Dub Gaming, don't hesitate to do so. But let's give Royal C-Dub Gaming a little bit of a shout out here. Give them some love. If you want to see a game dev who, aspiring game dev 3D artist, check him out. Check him out. Royal C-Dub's giving me so much love. I'm gonna give you some love, Royal C-Dub. Gotta go check that stream out if you want to mosey over there. No problem with the captain. But we're gonna keep working on our inventory system here. Royal C-Dub, have yourself a beautiful stream, my friends. As always, keep coding, keep growing, and you are welcome back anytime. Okay. So we are working on our inventory grid here. Okay, so I was gonna add a method here that we can add items. So it's gonna be a public void add item. It's gonna be an item of T. This is interesting because it's gonna have to have like a image associated with it in the UI system. So there's gonna be an extra little interface we have to add, which is going to be like a visual element to it. It's going to have an image associated with it. Item to add. All right, so we'll just call it item. I think that makes sense. Add item. The idea here is that in our actual underlying inventory grid, for now, we're going to do inventory grid. I need to rename that. Try set item at. For now, we're just going to put it at the top left position. So 0, 0, and the item that's coming in. For now, that's what we're going to do. We need to update. This is interesting because we'll have to update our UI for that. So I'm not entirely sure. So that's just telling me that our inventory grid probably needs a notification. We're gonna call this inventory. I'm gonna call it inventory. Inventory data. Inventory, or just data. Inventory data. We'll go with that, and then we get the grid this way. Try set item at 0, 0. This needs to add in an image. Okay, so what I'm going to need on our type T is it needs a way to represent it. Jen just says, what's the hotkey for renaming like that? So there's a couple ways you can get it. Good. This is called a refactor key. So I'm in VS Code. If I right click and select refactor, right click, rename symbol. On Windows, it's F2. I think on Mac, it's a different key, but you can rebind this. So really, it's whatever you have it bound to. By default, if you right click, rename symbol, you'll get the rename like this. This does it refactors it throughout your code. Excellent productivity tool. Jaden Joestar, thank you for asking, my friend. Great question. Great question, Jaden Joestar. 50 points for you, because I'm sure someone else had that same exact question. Zombie Foo, welcome to the stream. Zombie Foo, I welcome you to the crew, and you're welcome to ask anything. As long as it's PG, don't make me come out there. We're family friendly here. Zombie Foo, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Saturday. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. If you didn't know it, Captain Coder is me, and me is Captain Coder, and Captain Coder is a computer science educator. I teach programming to ages 10 to 14 at the school I work at. But this stream is dedicated to learning and coding and growing together as a crew. So if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Just keep them family friendly. And backseat coding, highly encouraged, my friend. If you see something you want to know about, if you want me to change something, just ask. I'll do my best to. I'm not always going to do what you suggest. We got to stay within scope of the project. But I'm always happy to entertain it. That's how I get better. A lot of the things I've done are specifically because someone has mentioned, hey, what about this? What about this? I'm pretty new to Unity, so I'm learning myself. Sir Black Soul says, off topic, but do you by chance have some experience with nav grids in Unity? I have no experience with nav grids in Unity. Sir Black Soul, I'm so sorry. Does anyone in chat have experience with nav grids? I'm actually not quite sure what NavGrid is. I'm assuming it's how to move about. Jaden Joestars, where can I learn C#? I tried writing a C# hello program and would not run for the life of me. I don't understand how to set up a project. Great question, Jaden Joestar. Here are my recommendations. All right, so I get this question a lot, so I have this command here. I am actually, if writing a workbook, so if you're brand new to programming, if you've never programmed before, I'm going to ask you to give my workbook a try. So this workbook is what I use when I teach my intro to C# class at my school. It's sort of targeted for younger students. I teach at ages 10 to 14, so it might not be quite your cup of tea. But this will walk you through getting everything set up. So if we go into the basics, it'll teach you how to do console projects, using VS Code to get started. So this will help you get going specifically in VS Code and learning a little bit about C#. This doesn't get into object-oriented programming. Like I said, it's a work in progress, but it teaches you the basics. If you already have a reasonable programming background, I always recommend the C# Player's Guide. This is a book. It's about $30 USD. The best C# book I've ever used. This is the best C# book I've ever had. It's not specific to any specific editor. Isn't tied to VS Code. There's a chapter on getting going with Visual Studio, not Visual Studio Code. This book is fantastic if you can afford it. I know it can be a little bit cost prohibitive. Otherwise, if you want a free book, the Yellow Book is a free PDF book. This is also a fantastic alternative if the C# Player's Guide is cost prohibitive to you. So I highly recommend this. If you're wanting to use VS Code and you're just trying, how do I get a console project going? This specific page here will walk you through getting a Hello World program up and running in VS Code. So this is where I'd start if you're having trouble with that. That said, Visual Studio is often a great, I think Visual Studio is more powerful than VS Code, but VS Code is something that I use at my school to teach a lot of other like soft skills, and we use it with web development, we use it with Python, we use it with Node. So that is why we use VS Code there. Okay, Jaden Joestar, thank you for asking. Link to the Yellow Book, C# Code, it's up above. Scroll up, it's the csharpcourse.com. It's in the chat there. Yellow Book, my bot sent it out there. So you should have 3 links in the chat there above. Okay. All right, so we're gonna add this in here. This also needs to add in that visual element. So I think I'm gonna add in an image. Oh, that's right. I needed this thing that's coming in has to actually also have a image on it. So it has to have a sprite associated with it so that I can pull that image off and make it something that's visible in the game. For now, I could do the following. I can say image equals new image like this. And this isn't gonna do a whole lot for us, but this is gonna be image.style.width is equal to item size dot item dot size dot columns times our grid element dot cell size. So it's going to set the width properly. Our height's going to be very, very similar, but rather than columns, it's going to be our rows. It's going to set the size like this. Yeah. Lance is replying to someone here. Specifically, it depends on your scene is built. Ultimately, you need variables to describe the grid size, how big each cube is, how many cubes. You can then build a grid using 3 for loops that'll calculate it. Oh, talking to Sir Black Soul. And ask, are you trying to tackle nav grids in your project? Yeah, I'm not familiar with nav grids. That said, Sir Black Soul, if you're having trouble with them, we do have, or if you just want more information, one place you could post is on the Ask for Help channel. Where's the Ask for Help channel? There's a forum here. If you post here, lots and lots of people have been helping each other out here. So if you have questions about nav grids or just want a general like how-to resource, this would be a good spot to do it as well. that could be helpful. And then it would also give me an opportunity to remind me, like, oh, I need to go look at this thing a little bit. All right, so we're going to set our size there, and then I'm going to add this to our grid element.add img, and our position needs to be absolute though. So img.style.position, positioning. What is the style type here? This is not style. It is one other thing here. Sir Black Soul replying to Lance says, I'm looking to find out how the nav mesh is stored. I'm working with Breakcast to do server-side validation movement in the world map. Ooh, that sounds tricky. So this is display position. All right, so this is going to be position. I don't know if this is right. It should be relative. Is this what we do here? Position. Dot keyword value. Okay, so we got to look. Really what I should do is have an item. Okay, so we're going to, in our CSS actually, in our CSS, we're going to add in an item like styling. Okay, we're going to add in an item styling to it. So by default, let me make this a little bit bigger just for now so we can see it. So 30, let's do 64 by 64. We're gonna set our position to absolute. Oh, absolute, good. If it's inside of this thing, the absolute makes it easier because it's absolute relative to that. Awesome. We're gonna give it a little bit of, it's gonna have an image on it, but let's set the background to be like a gray, so it sort of like lines up like that so you can see where it would be. We might change that color a little bit. Okay, I like this. So we're gonna extract this styling to our item container, and we're gonna extract that to a new inline. We're gonna hit save on this, and then we're gonna just change it a little bit in the USS to match our needs. Jaden Joestar says, I noticed the yellow book is very wordy. Feel like programming in this will feel the same as C++ and Java. I actually do prefer, so this is why I like the C# Player's Guide a little bit more than the yellow book, is because the yellow book has a lot of good information, but it's a little bit drier. The C# Player's Guide is not as dry. It's a little bit fun. The exercises are interesting in my opinion. So it's just so you know, C# is very, very similar to C++ and Java. Absolutely. Lance replying to Sir Black says, I gotcha. To be honest, I have no idea how it is stored. It might be in project assets similar to scriptable objects. Recast and server anything is way out of my current experience, but definitely interested. Yeah, Sir Black, so I'd love to, again, if you wanted to post on the Discord, no pressure, no pressure. I'm sorry if you feel like I'm pressuring. I'm not trying to pressure you. Just saying that on the Discord gives people a little bit of an opportunity to explore asynchronously. So rather than trying to do it live at this moment, because it's a topic that I have no information about. But I'd love to be able to help you. Okay, so we're gonna add this in, and our image actually is gonna do image dot add to class list. It's gonna be our item container. When I wanted to update the USS style here, so this got updated with our item container. We don't actually want the width and height set. I don't know that we actually want this, but really it's the position absolute and the background color to give it a little bit of a shading there. So we're gonna add that in. Let's delete this element here. Okay, okay, so it didn't save that, good. Let's go back to our, one sec, and then, excuse me, I apologize for that. Sneeze came out of nowhere, folks. Anyone else get that sometimes? Just the rogue sneeze just get you, your body rejecting existence. Okay, so what I want to do is this add item. It's eventually gonna need an image to it. We need to update it a little bit. Well, let's save this and see if we can add an item to this, and we need to get an item. So I'm gonna just have a field for now, this is going to be our test field public. Inventory. Oh no, this is going to be a type T. The T is the type of thing we're doing. So it's going to be a T, test item. We're going to call it this test item. I'm going to leave capital letters here. The idea is we're going to get rid of this. Ginger says, does C# have references? I enjoy modifying values with having to return them and assign them. When you say references, we have reference types. I'm not sure if that's exactly what you mean. So in C# you have value types and reference types, and so classes are reference types. I'm not 100% sure if you mean like in C#. Yeah, so you could do this. There is the ref keyword that lets you. So I could change this, say, oh, this is actually a reference to an item. So I could do ref here. And now rather than passing in and the class of it, I'll actually be modifying this variable outside. So there's ref like this. There's also reference and value types. It depends on what you mean. Lance says, sneaky sneeze, someone is talking to it. That's right. The sneaky sneeze. We're talking about you. Devro asks, Captain, how's it going? Beautiful, my friend Devro. It's doing beautiful, absolutely fabulous. And ask how the inventory is coming on. Well, it's coming along greatly indeed. I think we're gonna have something pretty nice to show by the end of today, folks. If you didn't know, Devro is a talented game developer, 3D artist. You gotta check it out. Check out his stream. Stream's awesome. Doing a game in Unreal, 3D artist. If you want to see some C++, if you want to see some scripting, go check him out. Awesome developer. Devro, thanks you for popping in. How the heck are you on this beautiful Saturday, my friend? How are you? I want to know. How are you, Mr. Devro, today? It still did an art shout out. What the heck? I swear I fixed that. Or maybe I switched arts to shout. Hang on. Oh, hang on. One sec. Chat. You know what? I changed arts shout out to shout out you. That's hilarious. Hang on, I'm fixing it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Gotta fix it up. Fix it up, folks. That's crazy. Yeah, I accidentally edited arts to shout you out. All right, I fixed it. We'll give you. Thank God me and Art are close friends. That's right. All right, Devro, thank you for having a good sense of humor about that. I'm going to fix it up. I think it's fixed now. We'll give you a real shout out here in a moment. We got to test that out. All right, so I add that item. Here, I should be able to set the item I want to add. Okay. And so the item I want to add is going to be, I have to make these items. In our demo items, we had a dagger. We want this to be our data. Should be our item data script, item data. Okay, so the size of the dagger is 2 rows, 1 column. In our, one sec, well, I got this here. Let's add a sprite to this. We're gonna edit the script. We're gonna add a sprite to this. Private sprite, I think. Image. We'll serialize this field. So this is gonna be the image we use. I'm gonna have to add a new interface here in a moment as well. But I think we'll be able to set this. Dev says, I'm good, just finished my workout. Nice. Getting swole. Had a short shower and now back to the truck rework. Nice. Want to have it done by tomorrow. Awesome. I'm looking forward to it. So let me get this open on the side. Go to my items. Can I drag my dagger sprite in here? I can. Okay, cool. So this is gonna use that. It's not gonna load it immediately here. Let's click run. Shouldn't load it immediately, but it should add in. I'm hoping it's gonna add in our little absolute. It did not. Reference failed. On awake. No objects that. Oh, I know why. Does anyone know why? I did not actually make this our dagger. Our inventory grid needs to be. We'll do our player inventory, and we're gonna do our dagger here. Let's try it. There we go. You can. It's kind of gray. It's hard to see, but it actually does have that. Let me go to my scene. Oh, you can't see it in the scene view. That's annoying. There's a little bit of a gray here because it's put that in. Let's give it an item that has a different size. Let's make a couple different items here in our items menu, or in our items prefab. So we have a dagger, we have a belt, we have a shield, dagger, belt, shield, potion, and leather armor. So potion is a 1x1, and it uses the potion sprite. This is gonna be our shield. Shield is a 2x2, and it uses the shield sprite. We have our leather armor. Jen just says, turns out right as I asked about ref, I found it in the yellow book. Gotcha. Our leather armor is 3 rows, 2 columns. So this is gonna be leather armor. And then this one here, what is it? We got dagger, potion, shield, leather armor. What's the last thing? What's the last one? Belt. Okay, so items, our belt is 1 row, 2 columns, and this is our belt. Something else I'm realizing I probably want to add here is the item name. So I'm gonna make that a property. I think it makes more sense as a property. Public string name, like that. Set. Serialized field. All right, so we're gonna have a name field, and we'll put that first. It seems to make sense in my mind, putting it above the other ones as a name. Let's get a name to each one of these things. So we probably end up with like a name, description, some extra stuff in there. Not quite yet. So name, belt, dagger. I don't know why I was so scared of scriptable objects. I love me some scriptable objects, folks. This is our leather armor. And it's because I was doing WebGL stuff and someone said, don't use it in WebGL. Or maybe I misinterpreted it. I think someone was saying potentially to use it for saving some state between scenes. And I decided not to do that. Someone said it wouldn't work in WebGL. That's not true. You just can't serialize them. In desktop, you can serialize them to disk. In WebGL, you cannot. Okay, so we have our different items here. So then in our inventory window, let's try it with a different size. Let's go with the leather armor. It's going to be bigger, just so that we can see that it does the right size and shape. Okay, it does. Look at that. Okay, so let's see if we can get it to add in an interface specifically for the image then. The other thing that we would want in our controller, in addition to this, the position we put it at. So let's say we put it at add item. Let's have this taking a position. We're gonna have this mimic our set item at position, position. And we'll just pass that. We'll propagate that through position like this. And then I'm gonna, just to test it out, I spelled position wrong. I'm gonna do 0, 2, 2. Yeah, 2, 2. Let's try that. Add, this is doing, I want this to be my captain coder position. So we're gonna do using captain coder.core, but we have to specify, how do I do the renaming here? Static, C# static alias using directive, alias, like this, using like this. We can say using position equals dot position. I do that. Hang on. There we go. So now I'm explicitly saying when I see the keyword position to use the captain coder core position. So really cool thing here, folks. Really cool thing. If you haven't seen this before, this is something that's pretty new to me. I hadn't seen this before. This is new for me. In C#, this is how you do an alias here. So if I have this uncommented, there is a position type in our Unity engine.ui elements.position. So right now, this is referring to that. if I use the namespace Captain Coder Core, now it's going to tell me that there's an ambiguity between these two. It's not sure whether or not it should use the Captain Coder Core position or the UI elements. One way to solve this would say core dot. I could say core dot position, and then I have to put core dot position all over the place. That's fine. I'm not intending to use the Unity engine position, so instead I can say, well, whenever I say position, I want to refer to the Captain Coder Core position. And now, anytime I use position, it's referring to that. I could also rename this anything I want. Fun little useful thing here. Absolutely love this. C#, nice little feature. Gypsters, can you make that global alias? I don't think you can make it a global alias. That said, I'm not sure. You can use, you can. Gypster, you can use the global modifier on an using alias directive, and then it looks like you can. Using directive can appear at the beginning of a source file in any namespace, but before any namespace or type declared in that namespace, unless global modifier is used, in which case the directive must appear before all namespaces and declarations. So yeah, you can do it. Jen says, what about C position and U position? If I needed to use both, I might do that. For my purposes, I don't think I need their position type. If I find that I need their position type, I would do something like that. For me, I think this is fine. For that clarity, we could do that. At that point, if I'm using both, I think I would actually want to use core.position to be a little bit more specific. At that point, using core.position isn't that big of a deal. Yeah, so that's where I'm at with that. That said, each their own. Biko says static slot equals empty. I don't quite understand what you're getting at, Biko, but static slot equals empty. I'm not sure. All right, so when I do this, when I set the position, Ginger says, makes sense. I always use standard namespace. Gotcha. We want to set the position here. Look, we might actually need it now. Position, image.style.position. Let's see, how can I set this specific keyword? What is keyword? Style keyword. I want to dynamically set the position. What is namespace? Biko, good question. Namespace is just a way to organize your code. For example, I have a type called position, and Unity has a type called position. And so it allows you to avoid conflicts and ambiguities between the names. So namespaces allow you to organize your class names and all of your variable names and all of the things that you want to share into a location that is specific to your body of code. Smab, hello, my friend. Happy Saturday to you. Good afternoon, I believe, for you. So nice to see you. So basically, Biko asks, how do you use namespaces? At the beginning of your code, you kind of just say what namespace you want it to be in. And then if you want to use that code later, if someone wants to use your code, they just put a using declaration at the top that says, well, I want to have access to all the things inside of that namespace. So for example, I want to be using the UI elements. This tells my program, hey, I'm going to need those references there. Lance says quaternions are weird. I think quaternions are weird, but I am at least finally starting to get the results I expect, one step at a time. Yeah, 3D space rotations, 3D rotations. I don't know if quaternion is specifically 3D, but spatial rotations can be a little bit tricky to grasp. Biko, I hope that answered your question. Let me know if it did not, and I'll try to be a little bit more. What makes difference between two namespaces? Just the name itself. This is just a space. So really, namespace means this is a space for names. It's a place where we're going to put different names, and then you actually label your namespace. I hope that makes sense. So it's good to have, all of my namespaces are prefixed with Captain Coder, and ideally no one else uses the namespace Captain Coder. There are some tricks to get around that in case someone else had a Captain Coder as a namespace as well. Smab, How are you, my friend? How is it on the other side of the pond? On the other side of the pond. Okay. I want to... Their position image dot style dot position. What's interesting here is I'm not sure how to update the style position because the position itself... This is hilarious. All right, Jaden Joestar, I specifically was like, I don't think I need a style here. Let's do UI elements, UI elements dot style. I think I actually do need this position. I think I need both. All right, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna call this, we're gonna use the core position here. We're gonna make this one a core dot position. And then do position P equals new position. Can I do anything with this? Position P. Why are we here now? Position should be a UI elements position. Relative absolute, this isn't what I want. I want a position style, I think. Let's look at this one. Style, iStyle. Okay. So iStyle has all kinds of stuff on it. Interesting. Lance says, in the very basic sense, quaternions can represent rotations without gimbal lock. I don't understand them, to be honest. I don't quite understand them either. I know in linear algebra we did a little bit with them. iStyle is an interface specifically for representing this type of styling, Bika. So it's an interface that represents how a element is rendered on the screen. So it's like sort of the style you want to represent. So like you have to talk about this look and feel. It represents the information necessary to make it look a specific way on the screen. So yeah, it's a generic, it's a generalized interface. Style.position. So I need to change the position of this thing. Dot keyword. Let's look up here. UI toolkit style dot position. Positioning elements. Position style dot position. It doesn't appear anywhere in here. I kind of want to find someone who is doing style dot position somewhere. Understanding position style. Just want to look at maybe style.top.left. Style.top. There we go. I don't know that I'm going to need it. Style.top, yes, is going to be our position times our cell grid element dot cell size. And it's going to be our position dot row. Is that right? Yes. And then our image style dot left is going to be our position dot column times this. So if we're at 0, it's going to end up being 0. All right, so I didn't need to do coordinates. Biko asks, can you simply use an image and make it clickable? I can't. So I am using an image. So I'm adding an image. And so I'm going to end up extending some sort of visual component that has an image inside. I'm going to make it so you can drag and drop it. Right now, I'm just trying to get it so it displays properly on my screen at the specified row and column. Okay, so right now I'm just trying to understand what do I need to do to get it to put it there. So my goal eventually is going to have a type called like item grid element or something along those lines. And that thing's going to have the logic for clicking and dragging it around the screen inside the inventory. But I want it to snap into different positions. Jaden Josser says C# takes 5 seconds to run Hello World. Yikes. It doesn't take 5 seconds. It's compiling. So it takes it some time to compile. The speed at which it runs isn't actually that fast. Okay, so I can. So I don't know. It's kind of hard to see here, but I do have this shaded area here. So let's see if we can get it to display the actual item. So in my UI here, I need to add in a new this is gonna be iVisual because we had I inventory. Jinjo Star. Biko's asking, Jinjo Star, what language do you prefer? So we have our I inventory item. We want to have an I inventory item, I visual inventory item, or I could just do I renderable item. I don't know. I'm bad at this. I image. I has image. That's what I'm gonna do. I has image.cs. We're gonna make it so that our inventory items have to have an I has image on them. That's what we're gonna do. Or I has sprite. That's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna create an interface, public interface I has sprite, like this, and it's literally gonna have one required method. We're gonna enforce that you have a field called sprite that lets you get the sprite back out. So this is gonna be in my namespace. Your namespace, captaincoder.inventory.unity engine. This one's specifically in my Unity engine. Format this. Ginger started replying to Biko, says, right now C++, but you have to fight the build system. I'm learning C# for Unity. Sir Blacksoul says, why don't you use require component? Require component. Great question, Sir Blacksoul. This is because I need this to be extensible to any type T. Okay, so my inventory grid controller doesn't know that it has a component on it. So this, instead of saying our type T needs to have a specific method attached to it. So in this case, our type T also has to have an I has sprite on it. So this means that whatever my T is here, I'm passing a T in my item now. I can do item dot, I haven't set that, one sec. I need to actually add that in there. This is gonna have a public sprite, not I has sprite, sprite, like this. It's gonna guarantee that our type has this. Okay, so now over here, assuming in my inventory grid, my item here, I can say image dot image equals item dot sprite, like this, and which isn't quite what I want. Item dot sprite dot texture, I believe, like this. So this allows me to update this, and it's telling me that it wants me to simplify the instantiation like this. I wonder if I can simplify the style that way as well. I'm curious. I don't know if I can. Sir Blacksoul, I hope that made sense. It's because my inventory grid controller doesn't have not essentially have a component, and in fact, my item is actually a scriptable object. So scriptable objects don't have those components either. I hope that answered your question. Jaden Josar says, I liked Python, but it's annoying that it's dynamically weak typing. Yeah, it's my biggest complaint about Python as well. You can get around that a little bit. You can explicitly say types, and there are programs that do static type checking, which is really, really nice. But I agree that it's a little bit frustrating in that regard. I worked at a company where I did Python for 4 years for like a big production tool. I actually use Python for like short scripting things, but for big production stuff, it drives me crazy. I can't. It's just my personal preference. I don't like it all that much. Okay, so now I have this I has sprite. What I can do is on my item data, I just say, oh, this I has sprite. So now I can use this item data anywhere. Mine called it sprite. I need this thing here. This sprite is just gonna return our image like this. And I can change this in the following. I'll just say this is it's gonna be, all right. So I should have done this first, private set. You can't just change it. And then I'm gonna make this a field. Welcome back, Royal C-Dub Gaming. Welcome back. How was your stream, my friend? How the heck was your stream? All right, so we're gonna do it that way. Now we gotta go update all of our things here because I changed that name, unfortunately. Jaden Joe Stars, my favorite thing about Python is the features it has with dictionaries and string manipulations. You're gonna like C#. C# 10 and 11 introduce all of those fancy string things. Here, let's check it out. C# 10 string, array slicing. They introduce all sorts of fancy stuff in our C# 10. Hang on. What's new in C#10? C# 10, we've got all sorts of fancy slicing. Slice. I can't find it. We get a lot of syntax support. .NET 7 is using C# 11, actually. Using C# 11. I love the new fancy stuff, yeah. I can't find it here, but it has all of this stuff. So you index, you can do fancy indexing where you have like an array or a string and you do like v of 1 ... That'll give you like 1 to the end. 5 ... 8 will give you that. You can say start from the end, so you know that'll give you to the end. So there's a bunch of nice, beautiful syntax stuff you can do with that. I can't remember the exact what it's called. I'm sorry, I got distracted. I gotta focus here. We're gonna update these. This should be our belt sprite. Belt sprite dagger. I wish there was a nice way, and there's probably a nice way to do this. One of the things is if you end up changing the name of something on, I wish there was a way to like transfer it over easily. Potion, shield. It's because this is kind of painful, so I'm not sure what the best approach for that is. Range indexing, C# range indexing. Explore ranges of data using indices and ranges provided here. Let's see here. Yeah, check it out. We got all this fancy syntax. Sir Black Soul, thank you so much for sharing that with us. We got the fancy indexing, this sort of stuff. This stuff is awesome. That's why I couldn't find it. It was in C# 8. I don't know why in Unity, for whatever reason, I couldn't find it, so I assumed it was in a later version. Sam said C# 11 and .NET 7 released together, but you can always use a lot of the C# features with previous version of .NET as well. Yeah, so yes, Smab, you are correct. A lot of those you can use if you specify your language. Which Smab, you taught me how to do, my friend, so thank you so much again for your assistance in that regard. Smab, you're my Obi-Wan, my friend. You keep me going, you keep me straight. You whenever I start going astray, you bring me back to the goodness. So I appreciate you. All right, so we're gonna do an iHas sprite here. Part of me, I think this is fine. There's not too many things here. I was sort of thinking I could combine these two things together. Smab says, but I know nothing about Unity. That's right. Mooniz isn't here, but Mooniz, folks. I gotta give Mooniz a shout out because Mooniz taught me everything I know. Mooniz. If you're not following Mooniz, folks, gotta give Mooniz a follow. Incredible streamer, working on a Metroidvania game. Taught me pretty much everything I know about Unity at this point. Incredible streamer. If you're not following Mooniz and you want to learn more about Unity, you want to watch a real game developer, give the little heart. Give him some love, folks. Give him some love because Mooniz is incredible. Jaden Joestar says, installing the Java SDK is a pain on the Raspberry Pi. Set up a Minecraft server, you need a third-party SDK manager. That's interesting. I did not know that. I've never done that on Raspberry Pi explicitly. I'm curious the details on that. The Jib says, can you make class and iInventory item a type? Can you make a class and iInventory a type? Kind of annoying, type to it out in generic where every time. So that's what I was considering. So here's the thing though. This is like a generic controller. We have a subclass. So here's the thing. Ideally, the person using this library, all they have to do is this. They create a class and say, oh, my item data is this thing. I want to use your inventory grid controller and I'm going to use it with this thing. Item data happens to implement those things and we're good to go. Something we could do also is use an anonymous interface and then say like, here are the methods you have to require, and then you don't have to actually implement it, you just have to have the right methods. One thing we could do, Jibster, would be the following. So we can make like an iGridable item.cs. We could do the following as well. All right, so we can make a hybrid here of type. So in my inventory, I have this, right? I have this. I could take this in my iGridable. Hang on, let me steal this just for a moment. What I could do, iGridable item, and then we just say, oh, this happens to be all of these things. I could do this. Can I not do class there? Oh, that's interesting that I can't. I thought I could do a class here. I guess not. Interesting. Thought I could do a class. That's okay. But we can say this has inventory item and sprite, and then we do nothing here. It's just sort of like this empty place where it says it's both of these things and not gridable. It's a gridable item. So I could do this. Let's get this to build. And then rather than specifying both, let's let it build. Rather than specifying both in my grid controller here, I could just do iGridable item like this instead of doing both. And eventually I will probably have something like that. Jaden just started, does C# have something like ncurses built in? It's not built in, but I've used the ncurses library for ncurses NuGet. You just use this library and you have all of the access to all ncurses stuff. So I have used this library before to do some stuff in the console. So it's not built in, but someone, there's a package for it. This might not be the right one, but there are several ncurses packages. So easy to get going in C#. Good question. Jibster, I hope that answered your question. Enumerate, you got the best name. Enumerate. Good day, Captain. Enumerate says, how goes it? It goes well, my friend. It's going beautifully well. How the heck are you, Enumerate? How are you on this beautiful Saturday morning, afternoon, evening, whatever it happens to be for you? It's a beautiful day here. I hope it's a beautiful day for you. Okay, so in this case, yeah, so now I have the item. I can set this sprite here. So hopefully when I run this now, it's going to update with that sprite. We're going to find out. We're going to find out, folks. There we go. So we have our armor there. Awesome. That makes me happy. This makes me really happy. Jaden, Sir Black Soul, so sorry you got timed out there. Trying to be helpful. Sir Black Soul had said, there are a lot of libraries for console interfaces. Terminal GUI is another one, just an alternative. I'm so sorry I got timed out, Sir Black, so I gotta update. This link I copied poorly. I need to add, well, I actually don't want to add GitHub to the list of supported URLs. Maybe I should. I just don't want people posting malicious code. And Enumerate says, doing great, cheers, bought a slow cooker. Ooh, I love me some slow cooking. Made chicken thighs in a sweet and spicy sauce. Oh, you're making me hungry. Enumerate, did you bring enough for the whole class? My friend? Sir Black Soul, thank you for sharing that link, my friend, for being so helpful, Sir Black Soul. No one asked you to do that. 50 points to you for being so helpful, sharing that link with us. I appreciate you. I think I'll need to add GitHub as a whitelisted option for sharing links. Seems like it should be. Let me fix that real quick. Yeah, let me whitelist it real quick. Stream. Let me update it real quick. I think it makes sense. I guess I don't know why I'm so worried about. I should make it so like GitHub, GistHub, Pastebin, all of those things should be whitelisted. Let's do it real quick. Give me a moment. Bear with me, folks. Grab your bear. Bear with me while I update my filters real quick. Jaden Joestar says the only problem I foresee with C# is Linux compatibility. They have a virtual machine for Linux that's starting with .NET 6, so you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to worry about it for the most part. For UI stuff, maybe a little bit. for UI stuff, but they have some solutions to that as well. But yeah, they have an implementation of their .NET runtime for Linux to now, as of .NET 6. So that's been a couple years at this point. Link protections, allow list. Let's do github.com, gist.github.com, paste bin, yeah, paste bin, and haste bin as well. Haste bin, hastebin.com. All right, folks, we got some more in there. I hope that satisfies the beast for now. Until next time, Stream Elements, until next time. I got my eye on you. I got my eyes on you. Okay. Hope that solves that problem for a lot of us. All right. If someone wants to test out, if it wants to risk getting timed out for 10 seconds, please post a link to GitHub. I would love to see GitHub or a GistHub or a Pastebin or a Hastebin. Oh, that coffee's good, folks. How long has it been since our last break? I think we got a little bit of time. Christoph Howard, thank you so much for testing the waters, for being the first to test the water, Christoph, for being the first person to test. I want 50 points to you, my friend. 50 points to you for your quick typing skills. All right, so now that we have this basic thing rendering here, the idea, something that it really should do is under the hood, our inventory grid should have a notification system associated with it. So that way when things in it change, it can notify our inventory that something has changed. Yeah, I think that's sort of what we have to do. I've been avoiding that since I realized I needed to do it, 'cause it's a little bit, it's not super painful to implement. For now, what I want to do for now, I want to, this needs to be abstracted into a new visual element type, which will be our item itself. So let's create a new file. This is going to be our grid item element. So it's going to be a visual element. Okay, so it's going to follow this, a grid row. It's going to be similar to this grid item element. So this is our grid item element. And the grid item element's essentially going to be, it's going to have like an item under the hood that it knows about. It's going to know about like its position and what container it's in. I actually kind of think this thing, yeah, it sort of needs to know how to draw itself, how to update itself, that sort of stuff. It needs almost a public grid. So in my, I have an public, no, so this will be private. What does the constructor of this look like? Let me start here. What does the constructor of this thing look like? It needs to be able to do this. Needs to be able to do this. So we're gonna set the item at a position. So it should know how to do this stuff. So it's constructor, public grid item element is gonna instantiate this, and then it needs to, rather than adding itself to that grid, it'll look kind of like this. So this grid element's gonna need a item to be added into it. So this should be accepting a type, so it's a type T, where T is a class and is an iGridable item. Okay, this is gonna take a T, this is the item itself, and then we kind of need the position that we're trying to put it in. Position, position. So this is kind of looking like it's a core position. Grid element and a cell size. So we'll propagate that cell size down to it, or we need to have a reference to the parent container we're in. So we might actually have our parent container parent. I think this makes sense for a couple reasons. Let's do multi-line Jitsu here. So multi-cursor here. And we're gonna change this to parent. Like that. Let's get this to reload. This looks an awful lot like the following. This looks an awful lot like we have another type that we have. Okay, so there's another type that is an inventory, inventory grid dot grid slot. So if we look at the grid slot type, the grid slot type has a position, an item, and a grid. So it sort of is mimicking this. And so part of me is thinking, oh, this might be better to rename this as a grid item, something along those lines. But this thing is mimicking, I mean, it's position, item, and parent. It is mimicking this grid slot. So under the hood, I think it needs one of these things. So this is like informing me of my design decisions, the things I need to do to make this work. So the idea is like, well, this thing might be able to update itself and notify our image, hey, you've changed positions. You've changed position. I'm not 100% sure if it should still be a record at that point or not. I'm not 100% sure. That said, if we had this grid slot, it'd be really easy to pass this off here. So yeah. Anyway, we're gonna give these informations we're gonna propagate the information down to our grid item element. Okay, so rather than doing this, we in fact say, we need this last one. We're now able to create a grid item element, item, I'll call it element, equals new. And this is gonna take in, what did we say? It takes in a position, an item, and a parent. So position, item, and then this is the parent it's inside of. Grid item element uses generic type T. Yeah, okay, so we have to say it's a grid item element of type T. This thing, shouldn't this be a grid inventory grid controller grid element? Oh, this is our grid element here. Grid element like that. Okay. Why is T not here? T. Oh, this should be our gridable item. And then instead of adding the image, we add the element itself like this. So we have this whole situation here. See, do we have any compilation errors? We do. Item data cannot be used as a type parameter T. And I think it's just because we have to change this to an gridable item like that. Okay. And that tells me I might be able to remove the has sprite interface. It's nice to have in my mind, it's nice to have those interfaces that way though. We could even have like a default sprite or something. Okay. Make sure this still runs and I still get my sprite there. 75 minutes since our last breaks, folks. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, okay, so did I not? Hang on. Something did not go as planned here. Did I remove in my game inventory controller, our inventory grid controller? I did add our test item, which should add it to our grid element. What did I miss? Grid item element. Oh, I didn't add the image to this. Okay. Oh, interesting. Interesting. We need to add the image to this, and it's actually, all of these styles need to be applied to the container as well. So it's almost like I need to add to classless item container. This is interesting, because because I'm not actually setting my image styles here. This becomes my personal styles, this element styles. So I'm curious if this will work. And one of the things I'll have to do for my item container is say, well, the content inside should flex to grow here. And I think we already have that in our USS, file. It does flex. I don't know if this is actually saying make the things inside me flex. We're about to find out though. Sorry, I'm jumping around here. So add item, it's gonna take this thing. Okay, so now I think it's actually gonna create it. Let's see here. Let's run it. Do we get our leather armor added in? We do. Okay, so that did kind of work. If our image wasn't the right size though, it's gonna scale weird. So for example, if I were to swap out this sprite here with something, oh, not this sprite. Let's go to our leather armor item. Our leather armor, if the sprite didn't match the correct size, I think I want to make it scale. I don't know. So if our sprite didn't match the right size, it's going to be smaller, but still show like the border around the shape. So notice it sort of centers it. That's okay. I'm kind of okay with that, actually. That seems all right. I kind of like that behavior. Although I should make it centered vertically as well. Ooh, I think I actually like it not stretching that image out. So in our potion, this is our leather armor, of course, but if we made it take up a 3x2, yeah, I think I kind of like that. I'm gonna make it center in the middle as well. But let's change this back to leather armor. Also, Saya Milsons, I thank you for following. Saya Milsons, I thank you today. Saya Milsons, welcome to the crew. Saya Milsons, how are you? Saya Milsons, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Saturday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you, wherever you happen to be in the world. I'm so happy you're here with us. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and I'm a computer science educator. And we're learning and coding and growing as a crew, so backseat coding is absolutely encouraged and welcome. I don't promise I will always take your suggestions, but I'll always try to entertain them. So do not hesitate to engage with me. I'm here for you. I am here to serve you and learn and code and grow together. MJT says, will your inventory allow bags inside of bags? That's a great question, MJT. That is one of our stretch goals on this. So one of the challenges here is we are doing 5 days. Someone suggested this. I try and do a new project every week or two. We're seeing if we can get this done in 5 days. So the original design, that's outside of the scope of the initial project, but it's something I'd love to be able to do. So this is the initial scope for our version 0, is just a drag and drop system like this. But our bonus goal is to add bags and containers that you could open to add in more space. Absolutely. Saya Milson says, it's a great day. I'm so glad to hear that it's a beautiful day here, my friend. I'm glad it's beautiful for you as well. And you're welcome. No. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, MJT, I hope that answered your question. That's our goal. But if you're not familiar with the project from the beginning, which most of you probably haven't been here the whole time. I'm probably the only person that's been here the whole time. But I like to keep a little blog. I've started doing this to help people stay informed on what's going on, and also keep myself, when I go and write these, I like go, oh, you know what, I should change this. It's a great way for me to review myself. But I hope that answered your question. But welcome aboard, my friends. Happy to have you guys here. So we're approaching. We've been what is it? What do we got here? It has been 80 minutes since our last break. I don't think I can finish the next little step of this in the next 10 minutes. So I think I'm going to go ahead and take my break now. I'm going to take my break. I'm out of coffee. I'm almost out of water. I'm going to get myself some herb water, folks. I had 2 coffees already. We're going to get myself some Earl Grey herb water. It's going to be delicious. It's going to be good. But when we get back, what are our goals? What are we trying to accomplish? When we get back, we're going to start implementing our drag and drop listener. So I've created this component that we have the the element itself with the image in there. I need to add some listeners to this to drag and drop it around on the screen and have it sort of like solidify into specific locations. All right, so that's the goal. H. Mendoza says, good morning, Captain and crew. H. Mendoza, good morning to you, my friend. Good morning to you. So happy to have you here. Welcome aboard. How the heck are you, H. Mendoza? But that said, folks, we're gonna take a quick break. When I get back, when we return, we're gonna do some stretching, take care of our body. We've been going. We gotta keep that blood flowing. So when I get back, we're gonna do a little bit of stretching. So get yourself ready. If you want to, if you need to, let the people around you know you're gonna do some stretch and invite them to join you. Get them to join you. It's so good for your body to take care of yourself. We've been sitting here far too long. Every 60 minutes to 2 hours tops, but we're approaching 90 minutes here. I'm gonna take a break, get myself some water. I'll be back in the time it takes me to boil some water, so about 3 minutes, folks. Hang tight, grab your beer, and bear with me. I shall return. All right, folks, the captain has returned. I hope I hope I didn't scare you away with that long break there, but we got some scalding hot. We got some boiling water here in my cup here. I got some boiling water. It's not boiling anymore. It's been boiled, but this water's too hot to drink. We got some herbs brewing in there. While that cools off, though, we got to take care of ourselves. We've been standing around, not moving our bodies around, stagnating. So we got to get up out of that seat. We got to, stretch our backs out, take care of ourselves, make sure that we're not getting those repeated stress injuries. We don't want to have any problems as we want to, take care of ourselves. The captain loves you. You should love you. And if you love you, hey, you in the back, pay attention. If you love you, you should love yourself. And if you love yourself, you gotta love your body. And if you love your body, you gotta take care of it. So we're gonna get some stretching in. So everyone get on up with me. If you can't get up, I appreciate getting up doing it. If you can't get up, that's okay. Maybe you should do some other stretches on your arm. We're gonna take our arms real quick. Take your arm, put it up. See if you can touch the your back. Some people don't have that quite a flexible. If you can't grab your back, that's okay. Put that there though. Grab that elbow, pull it across a little bit until you feel a little bit of tension here. If it hurts, don't hurt yourself. You gotta take care of yourself. Just feel a little bit of tension here. If you're not feeling tension by having it, lean the head back into it. Get a little bit of an extra stretch, and you're still not feeling it. Lean to the side a little bit, but just get a little tension there. We're gonna hold this for 20 seconds, folks. 20 seconds. Just get that nice blood flow. Feel that muscle stretching out. Get that tension in there just a little bit. And every day, getting a little bit more flexible, taking care of ourselves and making sure our bodies stay in tip-top shape. Because when you're sitting at a computer or playing a video game all day long, it's rough on your body. You don't even know it. All right, go ahead and bring that down. Shake it out a little bit. Get that other arm up behind you. Grab that elbow. Pull it across. Lean back into it if you need to. Lean to the side. Get a nice stretch going, folks. Oh, doesn't it? Oh, it should feel good. We're going to hold this for 20 seconds. Oh yeah. Love yourself, love your body. You deserve it. And you should, you deserve it, so you got to take care of yourself. Do it for you. Get your coworkers looking at you right now going like, what are you doing? Tell them, no, you're the one who should feel ashamed for not stretching. Don't try and shame me into taking care, don't try and shame me because I'm taking care of myself. All right, go and let down, shake it out, roll it out. All right, let's do some arm circles, folks. All right, let's arms to the side, do some little arm circles, little happy arm circles here. Get that blood flowing a little bit. Arm circles, make them a little bit bigger, Big ol' arm circles, folks. Big ol' arm circles. Get that blood flowing and slowly bring them back in. We're gonna go the other way. Bring it back. Arm circles. Little arm circles. Keep those arms up. I believe in you. Keep those arms up. Keep those arm circles. Get them a little bit bigger. Medium arm circles. All right, go full big ol' arm circles. Get that blood flowing. Take care of yourself. Take care of your body, folks. Oh yeah. Bring it in. Little arm circles. Keep hold it. I know sometimes it's hard to keep those arms up. Your arms are tired. And relax. Shake it out. Let's go ahead and get some calf stretching in. I know you can't see it. If you happen to have a block to stand on, this is super helpful. I have a little flexibility block that I use. I'm gonna stand on top of this with my heels hanging off the edge, and then just lower my heels to get that extension in my calf. If you don't have one of those, you can just plant your heel in the ground, get that on each side, get that toe point up, and maybe reach down, see if you can touch it and get that nice stretch there in your heel. I'm doing one heel at a time, one calf at a time, and just, get that stretching. Get it going nice. The Tawny has returned. Welcome back, Tawny. Welcome back. How we doing, my friend? How the heck are you? How's it going? We're doing some stretching. You're just in time to take care of yourself. All right, everybody. We're going to switch to the other calf now. Switch to your other calf. Plant that heel in the ground, or if you have a block, stand on the side of your block or platform and lower that heel off to get that nice calf stretching. I'll reset the command. I'll reset it once I'm done stretching, Christoph. Thank you so much. But I am going to reset it once we're done stretching here, so that way we know how long it's been since the last stretch. Thank you for the reminder. Thank you for the suggestion. Just hold this another 5 seconds, folks. Oh yeah. Doesn't it feel good? Feels good. All right. Go ahead and roll those ankles out if you can. And we're gonna hop back into it. Christoph, thank you so much for the organization. All of you for taking care of yourselves. The captain, know you did it. If for being here with me in this stretchage, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for stretching with me. Thank you for taking care of yourself and loving each other and being good people to each other. Thank you so much. All right, we're gonna hop back in here, see if we can finish our goals. Implement the base controller with drag and drop. I kind of want these, rather than being drag and drop, I want to be click activated. So you click, it adds it to the cursor. You click again to release it from the cursor. So I think click to add, click to release. That's sort of what I want. So rather than be drag and drop, I want to click to add, click to release. All right, so let's go ahead and reset that break. Tani says, I don't think I'm going to stretch after the intense workout that I just did, so I'll pass. No worries, my friend. Although, I will say after a good workout, stretching is actually quite good for your body. Where's my stretching book? There's a book I have. It actually talks a lot about how stretching before working out isn't as important. It's important, but stretching after a workout is actually really, really good for your muscles. And so it's, just a thought. Look, the captain's not going to force you to do anything you don't want to do. Just a thought, something to keep in mind. Something to keep in mind. All right, but let's hop back in here. What are we doing? Yes. Excuse me. I want to make it perfect. Tony just said, let me rephrase that. I did already stretch. Perfect. That's all, the captain just wants you to take care of your body. Want your body to last a nice long time. Oh, and that Earl Grey tea, so good. So good. All right, so we want to make it so when we click this thing, how did I do the click before? Did it click and drag before? Let's go look at our source code from before and see how we implemented the click and drag in our inventory project, just to refresh ourselves. So it's in our assets. This is in our inventory UI. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing here. This should be in our crafting. Hang on, crafting system. Let's go to our source code repository here. Crafting system, assets, captain, coder, crafting system, Unity engine, UI. And so I think our slot is what had the listener on it, right? On pointer down. On pointer down, and we had a registered callback. Yes, so we have an on pointer down. Okay, so on pointer down. I want to register. For now, I'm just gonna say. Debug.log on pointer down. So my goal is to say, can I get this to occur? We'll print out the event information if we have it. And I think all we have to do is say that when this is constructed, register callback pointer down event. Pointer down event. And then we say which method to call. So in this case, we're going to call the on pointer down. Okay. And I might call this select instead at some point, or like select item or pick item up. I'm not 100% sure what the best thing to call it is, but we'll do on pointer down. Let's see if that, let's add actually, you know what? I'm going to add a couple items to my inventory. Johnny says, cracking your back after a week of physical toil feels so good. I do like, so I get this massage where you have someone walk on your back. All right, so we do have our on pointer down here, and that having your back pop can feel very, very satisfying. That said, I don't know how good or bad it is, but I also agree it can feel quite wonderful. All right, let's real quick. I want to add a couple more items to this just to test it out. Let's add in test item 2, test item 3, just to get these all in here. We're gonna add it at uh, 0, 0. I'm gonna make this our potion. Oh, this would be test item 2. There's gonna be some stuff we have to do. I don't know why I just opened up this to the side. That was interesting. I don't know what hotkey I pressed to do that. And then let's try 1, 4 for test item 3, just so we have a variety of items in our test item 3. I'm gonna do a potion for this one and a dagger for that one. Let's see what that looks like. We do need this to sort of be, yeah, so there's some interesting communication components to this that we're just testing around for now. So we have, let's make test item 2 our potion. We'll make this one our belt. Let's see what this looks like. Tiny says, it is suitable for relieving overburdened joints, but if done in moderation, more than once a day can be harmful in the long run. I checked. Gotcha. Okay, so we have these different items. I can click on each one. If I click over here, it doesn't go off. So it is clicking on these specific items. Mirasonic Rex is here, folks. Mirasonic Rex. Happy Saturday, Mirasonic Rex. So nice to see it. Hey, folks, did you know today's stream is brought to us by the letter M? Letter M is for Mirasonic Rex, folks. Mirasonic Rex is also an incredible streamer. You gotta check her out. Astounding indie game developer working on a genre-bending game called, a genre-bending game that's a game inside of a game. It's called This Is the Game. You have to return to an old game product that you once abandoned, only the game has not stopped changing since you left. Sounds so fascinating, beautiful stuff. Real quick. Attention all lurkers. Please direct your attention to the chat. We have a very important guest today. Mirasonic X. I can't say it. Mirasonic Rex. Everyone give her some love. Hit that little heart. If you're not following Mirasonic X, you need to be. Captain approved. Hit that little heart. Give her some love, folks. So happy to have you here, Mirasonic X. Glad you're able to make it. What are we working on today? Oh, we got Yield Taurus King is here as well. Happy Saturday, Yield Taurus King. It's been a while. I haven't seen you in a while. So happy you could make it. What are we working on? Folks? We're working on an inventory system. So someone asked, hey, be cool if you implemented an inventory system. I'd love to see you do that. And so we're doing it, and I have a little bit of my own personal thoughts on this. In April, we're going to be doing the Dungeon Crawler Game Jam. But the goal here is to implement a Diablo-esque grid-based inventory system. So you have rows and columns. You have limited space. Here in your grid. So there's like some inventory management going on. So we're doing it in 5 days, 5 streams, folks. Tani said it'd be cool to see it implement a multiplayer system. So yeah, that's one of the things people have said on the Discord, folks. On the Discord, if you want to see a game project, feel free to suggest it. Where's the suggested project? Project Phoenix, suggest a project. It's on the list of to-dos. Simple online multiplayer game. I'm gonna get to it. I promise. Someday, somewhere, somehow, we're gonna get there. We're gonna do it. But yeah, we're implementing it. Our learning goals, we're gonna learn about the UI toolkit system a little bit more. And then the inventory system it's super simple. Here's the scope of the project. You have rows, column, grid. You can drag and click and move things about. So we're making a lot of progress here. We implemented a logic system. We've looked at the UI toolkit template. So the thing that's really cool is we implemented this prefab. It's not a prefab, but it's template where, come on, why won't this play on the stream for me? Yeah, for some reason I have trouble playing on the stream, but we can set the rows and columns in the UI builder to change the rows and columns very, very quickly and easily. But we're in the process of getting this inventory system. I want to make it so you click it, attach it, essentially attaches it to your cursor. You can click it again to move it to a different spot. And then we're going to wire it up so that way it follows the logic system and doesn't allow us to click it and drop it into spots that are occupied. So that's the goal. So welcome aboard, everybody. Happy to have you here. We got It's Bobby. It's Bobby. Thank you for the follow. It's Bobby. Thank you for being here. Ooh, sorry, folks. Sorry, I tried to hit that high note. Couldn't get it. It's Bobby. Thank you so much for the follow. Happy to have you here. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. Happy to have you here. We are working on inventory system. Proton with the raid, folks. The legendary, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Proton Fig. Astounding Commodore 64 coding guru, musician, and graphician. Gotta check it out. Absolute legend. Absolute lesson. Let's listen to a little bit of Proton's music real quick, folks. We gotta open up. We're gonna listen to some Proton music. Give me a sec here to find it. Proton makes the best chiptune. Is chiptune what you would call it? The most amazing music, folks. The most amazing music. Here we go. This is Buffer Overflow. Hang on. Why is there no music? Let me crank it up. We gotta crank it up. Why is the limiter on there? Threshold. I can't hear anything. There it is. Buffer Overflow, folks. Proton, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. So happy to have you here. Listen to this sweet music. Composer, he writes this music for Commodore 64. I think he's working on some Amiga music now, but it has what? Is it 2 or 3 channels? Beautiful chiptune stuff. Awesome. Absolutely love it. Great place to go and just listen to some music. But thank you so much again for the raid, Proton. Happy to have you here. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. If I missed something in chat, folks, I'm so sorry. All sorts of stuff going on. Yield Tars King had said, I'm currently working on a Twitch chat question game. Ooh, Yield Tars King, I want to know when you're done with it. As you make progress, I want to know more, because I think that would be, I've been wanting to add some quiz type stuff to the stream at some point. I think that'd be super, super fun to do. All right, folks, let's hop back in here. I know I'm going off the rails a little bit, but so happy to have you all here. Mirasonic Rex, so hard to say. Thank you so much for coming in. Happy to have you here. And Proton, thank you for the raid. All right, so I want to get it so when I click on this, it follows my mouse pointer around the screen. Okay, so we're looking at our crafting system code from last time. I'm trying to, I closed the tab to remember exactly how we did it. So here's the crafting system we implemented last week. And we had drag and drop system in this one. So I just want to remember how we did that drag and drop system. And because I want to attach the sprite to our cursor. And so I think to do that, I'm not 100% sure exactly how I'm going to do it. Christoph asked, Yield Tarsking, if you are in the Discord, I would appreciate it if you could ping me when it's done. Same. I'd be very interested in implementing that in a channel as a channel admin. Yeah. I think that would be super cool to do. All right, so we're in our Captain Coder crafting system Unity Engine UI. All right, so which one? If there's like a mouse movement event, but I think the movement event. Controller on pointer move. On pointer move. Is this only if it's moving within? Yeah, this only if it's moving. I think, okay. On pointer move event. I think this needs to be. This is interesting to me. So in our inventory grid controller, I'm gonna try something here. Person said I had a music stream, awesome. Finished one more Queen cover. Ooh, which song did you cover, Proton? Tawny asks, has anyone seen the Not Tawny Does Stuff in The Impersonator? The Impersonator. Haven't seen Not Tawny Does Stuff in a while. All right, so our on pointer move. I want to see debug.log here. If I register this, does it do it all over the screen in pointer move, or is it only when we're within the grid itself? Because in this previous code, It was what did we register it on? Register. Got registered on the icon itself. Okay. Oh. I think I want this to be on, yeah. Grid item. We're gonna say if we clicked it, all right, so we're gonna toggle between, all right, so I have a private bool is clicked, is selected. We're gonna start with false here. So when you on mouse down, we're gonna toggle between is selected and not selected. So is selected equals is selected. So is selected. So this is gonna toggle is selected between true and false when we click it. There's some tricks we're probably gonna have to do here to make this so it doesn't like click on multiple things, but this is what I'm gonna do for now. Yield Tarskin said, yeah, I'm in the Discord. As soon as it's done, we'll be streaming it for viewers to play. Awesome, Taurus King. I'm so excited about that. I'm so excited to check it out. Proton said, another one bites the dust. That's the chip tune you made. Ooh, I cannot wait to hear it. I cannot wait to hear it, Proton. Yield Tarskin says, going to make a new Twitch account with a relevant name. Not got a name yet. Gotcha. What type of stream are you going to be doing, Yield Tarskin? Programming, gaming. I'm curious, what type of stream? A variety stream? That's what some people do. Okay, so then here we're gonna say if is not selected. It's not selected. We're gonna return null. Not return null. We just return. We don't do anything if it's not selected. But if it is selected, we're gonna update the position. So I'm not sure this is gonna work, but we're gonna try style.top is equal to, this centers it on the mouse. All right, event.position.y, style.left equals event.position.x. And I actually want it to be in the top left corner. When you grab it, it's gonna be the top left corner. So that's sort of how you position things. So we want this to be minus our cell size. So this is going to be our cell size. So it's our parent dot cell size. Is there not a cell size? Parent dot, do we not have that on our grid element? Our grid element has a cell size? Yeah, why can't I get cell size? Grid element dot parent dot cell. Why won't it let me get cell size? This is driving me nuts. Because I don't have a reference to the parent. I didn't save it. I didn't save it here. Got a lot going on in the chat. It looks like Jane Joestar says, just had myself a cup of coffee. Programmers don't need creamer. That's right. No. You have your coffee the way you like your coffee. I like my coffee black, no cream, no sugar, just with a hint of a little bit of flavor. Tulu says, hello again, Cap. Tulu, thank you for being here. It's so nice to see you, my friend. Tulu, welcome back to the crew, my friend. Happy to have you here. Happy Saturday. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you happen to be in the world. I hope it's a beautiful day. How the heck are you? Deborah says, there is no wrong way to drink a coffee. It's like a Reese's. There's no wrong way to drink a Reese's. But there is the best way. I like that. There's no wrong way to eat a coffee, but there is a best way. Tulu says it's afternoon in Barcelona. Barcelona. Is it Barcelona or Barcelona? I've heard in Spain, I've heard it called Barcelona. But I could be wrong. Is it with the sound of Barcelona or is it Barcelona? Tani Dust says, I love my bean water just the way I was born, just beans and water. That's right. Get us some beanie water. Why can't I access in my grid element? Oh, I did decide it's because I didn't save a reference. So we did private grid element parent, because I don't have a variable called parent. And we construct this, and we're gonna make this a read only. Once it's set, you set it and you don't forget it. Parent like this. Should add in some stuff in here. Just says accent of people here spelled the C as a TH. Gotcha, so Barcelona. That's what I thought. I thought that was how it was pronounced, but I wasn't sure. Little known fact here in the United States that it's Barcelona, not Barcelona. Either way, happy to have you here. Welcome back. Okay, so if it's selected, this should be minus our parent cell size. divided by 2. So we're gonna center it on the top left corner, I believe. Let's see what this does. I'm not 100% sure if this is correct, so we might need to translate it by where the parent container is. Jane Joe says, is bean water like the broth when you cook up beans and pork in the crock pot? Is bean water like broth? So bean, if you know, bean water is when you take coffee beans, you grind them up and you pour hot water over them, you get yourself some bean water. Tony Dust says, also kept, have you heard OpenAI is releasing GPT-4? I hadn't heard that. The new model is multimodal, which means it can produce images and possibly videos. That sounds fascinating, cool, awesome, and horrifying all at the same time. All at the same time, folks, all at the same time. All right, let's keep looking here. Let's run this a little bit more. Click this run. Click that run. Can I click and move an item around? I don't know. It didn't do anything. Okay, so it's because I didn't register the callback. Hang on. Register callback pointer move event. It's gonna be on pointer move. Freedom down, freedom down. Tony does stuff. I have screenshots. Freedom down. What do you have screenshots of? Christoph says, so I failed to get Media Monkey working. Oh, too bad. Too bad. Did you make any progress though? Freedom Dow says it's not just smart, it's like really amazing too. Freedom Dow, I welcome you to the crew here at Captain Coder's Academy. Freedom Dow, I wanna welcome you to the crew, my friend. Yeah, Freedom Dow, I welcome you to the crew, my friend. Welcome aboard. Freedom Dow, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Saturday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. Thank you for following. Happy to have you here. Captain Coder's Academy is a place to learn and code and grow about and learn about coding. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I'm happy to entertain them. Just keep them family friendly. This is a family friendly stream. I know this is Twitch. This is where all the wild, crazy stuff happens, but family friendly. I want Bobby and Susie and mom and dad to sit down and watch Captain Coder on Saturday mornings. Some nice, wholesome learning. And backseat coding is highly encouraged and welcome. All right, what did I miss here? Jaden just said, it boggles my mind that Unity always has a loading bar every time you load the scene. Computers are so fast these days that it seems like laziness on their part. I think it's, I don't exactly know what you're saying. I know that there's some compilation stuff going on in there. I do find it often Unity projects as they grow take longer and longer. That said, I've never made a particularly big one, but I've been learning more about separating my assembly so things go fast. Tony Dust says, with the speed we're advancing, I might just see people marrying AI and AI rights revolution in this lifetime. We're just gonna get uploaded into the singularity, folks. Into the singularity. Tony says, send it on Discord. Christoph says, yesterday I learned that my grandmother's router firmware doesn't currently support the minimum security version Firefox needs. Ooh, that's disappointing. That's really interesting. Might need to upgrade that router. Maybe there's some new firmware for it. Tulu says, Camp, I have a question for you. If you don't mind, I'm on a health slider. The issue I'm running into is that it's resizing with the window size. How can I make it so that it maintains its aspect? Tulu, are you using UI Toolkit in Unity? Let me ask, you're using Unity and UI Toolkit. What tools are you using to do it? Donnie says, scaling settings. Using Canvas. So using Wine, I just got Firefox 45 working, Christoph says. So in the Canvas system, let's create a UI here. I'm gonna add an image here. And you saying, okay, I have a slider. Let me see if I can. The issue I'm running into is that resizing with the window size. So your anchors are gonna set it. All right, so rather than having an image, let me add let's create a parent component. So we'll create a parent, it's gonna be our parent. And we're gonna make our parent, so this is our Canvas system, our parent component, we say, okay, well, I'm gonna use the anchoring system to say this should take up the entire space. Your anchor is gonna set how you scale based on how things are changing. So if you make it take up the entire space, it's gonna scale all. Well, let's add inside of this a scroll bar. All right, so I have my scroll bar. I can say, okay, well, my scroll bar, I want you to scale with this thing. Or I could just say, okay, well, what if I just want you to scale with the width but be in the center? Now as my parent grows, it'll scale that way. So it's based on your anchors. So if you don't want it to do it, you might set your anchors to be centered or to the right or bottom right there. So now as my parent grows, I'll always be anchored to that bottom right position. So take a look at your anchors, see if that is set up properly. If you hold Shift and Alt, Alt actually like forces it to that position. So you shift, so notice that anchor presets, holding Shift and Alt do special things. Or typically you just want to hold Shift and Alt when you click one of these things, but you don't have to. That said, Shift and Alt actually force it to go to that spot when you do it. I hope that helps you there, Tulu. I hope that's a little bit of a refresher there for you, or introducing something new. Canvas system. Those anchors are super helpful for getting things to position. You're welcome, my friend. Thank you for asking such a great question, Tulu. Such a great question. 50 points to you, my friend, because I'm sure you're not the only person that wanted that and wanted or needed that information. Happy to get it out to you. Let's see here. We missed a lot. Christoph would say, using one, I just got Firefox 45 working. Is Firefox 45 the newest one? I'm not sure. Freedom Death says, I'm a nerd, very new at Unity, C# from South Carolina, but very excited about it. That's how I feel. I've been using Unity since about January, essentially, a little bit before January. Been learning Unity since that time. I'd used it for some hacky stuff before that. And I've been using C# for about 19 months, a little less than 2 years. So I'm starting to learn that up. Ginger says, it's only a matter of time until they released Miku GPT, the Hatsune Miku Vocaloid chatbot, the singing chatbot. Tony says, crazy how grape juice can do that. Nature is amazing. Nature is amazing. Lance was saying, I just realized the stream Saturday morning code tunes. Yeah, Saturday morning code tunes. I have lots of ideas. Proton, thank you for the link there to Another One Bites the Dust. I can't play it on stream. I don't want to get, your music's so good. I don't want to get DMCA'd, but I'm planning on listening to it later. Other folks, please go listen to it, because this is going to be good. It's going to be good, folks. It can't not be good, because it's Proton and he's incredible. Awesome stuff. Go check out that chip tune, folks. Christoph says the router is Wi-Fi 5, but also 7 years old, and unfortunately Netgear. They have disabled many functions in the old application to manage it, to force you to have network be tied to Netgear. Fascinating. Tulu, I'm so happy it helped you out. Following along here, it looks like some side conversation. So sorry if I was missing something. If you want to talk to the demo, let me know. My friend runs a Discord. Ooh, that sounds really cool. All right, folks, if I missed something, if you said something you want me to see it again, don't hesitate to post it again. Happy to entertain any questions you might have. And remember, backseat coding is welcomed and encouraged, because that's how we learn new stuff. All right, so where were we? All right, I'd forgotten to register the mouse move event. So ideally now, we're gonna find out. Ideally, this mouse move event starts firing. All right. Oh, yeah, so did not work that way. On pointer move, we want to do if, I don't know, somehow I deleted that. If is selected. So if it's not selected, we should do nothing. I thought this was going to be the case, that this position needs to get translated to the position of our inventory window as well. So it's like, where is this mouse inside of our inventory? So check it out. There's a little bit of gnarliness going here. So as soon as I click this and I move my mouse, it jumps over there. And this is, you'll notice it's based on my mouse position, which happens to be this far. So now I'm gonna click on this potion. Notice it's gonna move about this much distance to the right when I click it. And that's because it's using my mouse position, but my mouse position needs to get translated to the relative position of our grid here. So I'm gonna see if we can get that figured out. So I'm not 100% sure, but I think in my grid cells, I think I can do something where when the mouse moves over it or something, it somehow gets that position back. I'm not 100% sure. We can also, there's a couple options. I can make it so when I move over the mouse, move over these, we get the relative position of that within, so like the XY. So then our items will sort of like snap into the grid as we move them around. And I think that's what I want. Let's see here in the chat. Freedom Dow says it's Stable Diffusion making to DaVinci 3, by the way. Ooh, interesting. Jaden Joestar says I made a new project suggestion, camera controller. Awesome, Jaden Joestar. Thank you for the project suggestion. Tony just repost because Cat missed it. I've got just the idea for my 2-day game experiments. What if I make a game where each level is a different classic 2D retro game? Sounds like a lot of work, but it sounds really cool. Sounds really cool. Christoph Howard says 45 is version from 2016. Gotcha. The current version is 110. So just a few versions behind. Not that far. Only 65 positions behind. 65 versions. Is that 65 or 75 versions behind? All right. So I kind of want it to snap into the closest grid cell. So what I kind of want to do, can I get my mouse to register on these? Hang on. Let's do this. Let's go to our grid element. And it maybe even in our grid slot element. All right, I'm gonna register a mouse movement thing here. So I'm gonna add a listener. This thing needs to know its position. I want this grid slot element to know its position inside of the parent. So part of the init is gonna take that in. Okay, so it's gonna know its position, but I want it to have a public event. It needs to be able to notify someone, hey, someone's moused over me. Let's see if we can register that event. So register callback on mouse, pointer enter event. All right, so when the mouse enters it, we're gonna notify someone that the mouse has come in here. On mouse, on pointer enter. So we'll create a method down here. Private void on pointer enter. And this needs to take an event type, I believe. Pointer, it's that type of, that's fascinating. It's gonna be our pointer enter event, EVT. And for now, let's just do a debug.log, grid slot element enter. I want to see if an image on top is going to conflict with this. I think it might. I'm not 100% sure. Gingerster says to Tani, I've thought of that idea. Evoland may be something to check out. It mainly is a showcase of different graphical styles. Interesting. That sounds really curious, really interesting and curious to me. I'd love to know more. There's always more. Let me find all my debugs here. Debug.log. I want to take some of these out. In our grid item, I don't think I need these anymore. I'm gonna take this away because this was just me checking stuff out. Okay, and then our rows, we'll leave that. Those ones are fine. These are part of our validation step, and it's a log error, so we're okay with those. Okay. So I want to know, and I also, our grid slot element wants to know its position inside. All right, so it's gonna have a private int row, so it knows what row it is, and a private int, oh no, it should be public, and it knows which row and column. Oh, it actually knows what position is. Let's go with position. This is our core position. This is the Captain Coder core. So this would be a core, public core dot position. So it knows what position it is. When we init it, we have to give it a position. Core dot position. And it'll be position equals, and I'll go with the lowercase position there to match good coding convention naming styles. Position, grid slot element. Now it's going to require us to pass in this particular one will also accept a position like this, and we just propagate that through. I'm going to shorthand this. There's no reason not to shorthand this to just propagate position to our init. Init's like our fake constructor that we have to use for our UXML factors. This is going to cause a lot of errors in my code. I think, yeah, because this constructor is now different. When we make a grid slot element for I in column, okay, so our grid row needs to know which all right, so public int row, this needs to know which row it is to be able to propagate that down. So we're like propagating this information down. We init this, it needs an int row equals row, and then we'll propagate this down here. A new position, row columns as a row and I, and let's rename this I variable to be col for column. Did not like that because I got errors in my code. Init cell size row. We gotta take this, have it taken a row as well. Int cell size. We'll have this be for int row. Columns row. We propagate that down. Let's change the order here, row, just to match int row. And then down here, we want this to take in. If we're doing it through the UI, it's going to be row 0 like this, or we'll just have it pass in our row. Yeah. This is going to be our ve.row. Ve as a grid row element. I need to get rid of this now. And why does it like VE? This should be a grid row element. Grid row element has a public int row. This should be slot. Let's rename that as well. This should be called row. And then I wanted to rename this to be column, COL. Christoph says, in the support article for that, it mentions Mozilla is discounting the browser function, but will continue to develop the tech behind it. Interesting. I'm mainly doing this for the experience. Making many new mechanics is going to help a ton. Tony says, Cap, is your Vision 2020? I'm not sure. I've never had glasses. So that's what I'll say. So I've never had glasses. As far as I'm aware, my Vision is 2020. That said, I haven't had like an eye check in a while. So it's possible that information is outdated. My vision seems fine. It doesn't seem as good as it was when I was in high school. So reading music is a lot harder for me now. Reading music, I used to feel as an issue, but like looking at scores of music is much harder for me now. Our slot init grid slot element. Grid slot element. Why is our grid slot element? Because now it has a position. It has a position in it. So this is going to take our slot dot position by default. So if it has one, it's going to use that position. Otherwise, it's just going to default. But this should get that information out. Tony says, my vision keeps getting worse by the day, and I'm not sure how to deal with it, because I can't really stop being exposed to screen, and my glasses are also using blue light blocking lenses. So taking breaks is probably the most important thing you can do to rest your eyes. It's caused by repeated stress injuries, RSIs. From what I understand, there's a lot of mythos about blue lights. Studies, I don't know. I'm not a professional. I don't know. I tried blue light glasses. From what I understand, they're not actually doing a whole lot of anything. That said, having, the correct distance from your screen is really important. So I have 2 feet from me and my screen. And then also resting your eyes. This is one of the reasons, like, take a break every 60 minutes, look away, don't always look at it. Make sure you look down at other stuff. One thing that can help is, rather than Googling everything for answers, if you have a nice reference, read the reference instead, give your eyes a break. But at least like 60 to 90 minutes, look away from your screen. It's one of the reasons we have, I do the breaks, is to take care of your eyes. But you shouldn't be hunched over leaning into your screen. That's tough on your eyes. And then just make the fonts reasonably sized. That said, I'm not an expert. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctorologist. I'm not an eyeologist. I don't know about that. I'm a codeologist, folks. I study the code. Christoph says, as a tech, you might understand if blue light glasses is a placebo effect, but I absolutely could be wrong. That's what I've read in any study someone correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know. From what I understand, it's a placebo. Tulu says a code doctor. That's right. I'm Dr. Code. No, I'm Captain Coder. Captain Coder. Okay. Let's run this. I don't know exactly what I've changed, but I want to make sure that this still seems to be working. Okay. Oh, that's right. I wanted to make sure that when I move into it, so notice it is being blocked by our items here. Or I'm not clicking on here. Yeah, it's being blocked by the item. So I still need it so that it detects it even if the item's in the way. So I think the way to do this, let's go to our UI. I think this is something we have to edit in our grid here, is that we want, it's the objects coming in. Maybe we can have a spot. We're going to find out. Tony says, but I don't want to go blind by the age of 20. Get LASIK surgery once I'm eligible. Get eyes corrected. Ginger says, wearing contacts seems to help. This is all advice that I can neither, confirm or deny because my abilities are limited to that of a coder. That of a coder. But definitely, so what I would say is you ask a doctor. Ask a doctor. That is probably the best advice I can give you, is to ask a doctor, say, hey, should I be doing this? So we have this on pointer enter. All right, so there's a setting I need to change in my image, I think. Yeah, so what I will say is I've never had any weird, that's not true. I do, sometimes my vision's blurry sometimes my vision gets blurry, but that hasn't happened for a long time. I think a big part of it is stepping away picking mode. I think I need picking mode to be ignore. Okay, so I think on my items, Ginger says, what music are you listening to? This is Stream Beats, Harris Heller's Stream Beats, folks. So that last song was Smooth Deception. We're currently listening to The Impact, Harris Heller Stream Beats album Bounce right now. But I got a big old Stream Beats playlist. This is all royalty free, not royalty free. This is all stream safe music. It won't get copyright strucken. But yeah, so definitely, Tani, how close are you from your monitor? That is what I'll say. As soon as I started when I switched to a standing desk, it seemed like a lot of my issues went away. Because my standing desk, my monitors are at least, they might even be 3 feet away from me. Sounds like lo-fi music I listen to on Spotify. Yeah, I love Stream Beats. Okay. Christoph says, where can you download those audio files? Let me see if I could get the link. If you go to their website, they have a link to it. It's on a Google Drive. All right, so it's on a Google Drive here. The shared Google Drive. Is this right? Let me make sure this link is correct. One sec, before I just start posting random links. One sec, let me take this over here. I'm not sure if this is the right link. Yeah, so this link here is a place where you can download it. You can find this on their website too. But yeah, this link brings you here. They don't have quite all of the music, but you can get a lot of their music here and download it onto your computer. Or whatever device you happen to put it on. Great stuff. I love the Stream Beat stuff, folks. It's beautiful. Beautiful is not the right. It's they have a lot of really good music. Okay, so let's look here. Have you considered Game Chops? I'm not familiar with it. Jade and Joe Star on the Discord in the recommendations, post in the recommendations or in the resources section. I'll check them out. Game Chops, I'm assuming, is another set of royalty. So it has to be, stream safe music that I'm not going to get DMCA'd on because I cross stream to YouTube and have the video archived there. Okay. I want these grid slot, these grid slot, grid items here. Can I make this picking mode equal to this dot picking mode? Next would be picking mode equal to picking mode dot ignore. So let's see if this does it. And I still need to be able to click through it is the other thing. I still need to be able to click on the image. So we're gonna find out if this works or not. Let's see. Do I get my grid? Don't get my, oh, hang on. This was, I didn't mean to click on it. Hang on. Testing's hard. Yeah, it's still in the way. Do I need to add it to all of the children component as well? Jane says it's video game remixes recorded label found by DJ Cutman. Ooh, cool. The question is, do they have, is it copy, you know, so there's a question there of like, what's the licensability of it? So there's a question of licensability. Image dot picking mode equals picking mode dot ignore. So those are the two things. Let's see if ignoring the image does it for us as well. It's telling me that I can put this here. They say it's Creative Commons as long as you give credit to their website. Yeah, I don't know if I completely trust that because they have the licenses to reproduce that music. I'll look. But if I would love to be able to play some stuff like that. It depends. So it turns out if you remix someone's music, there's a difference between yeah. So I'll look into it. But yeah, please post it on the Discord so I can take a check because I would love to have it. All right. So there we go. Now it's triggering. Can I click? But now I can't click my item. So now the item doesn't get clicked on. Oh, that's frustrating. Yeah, so in fact, I guess I have to make it so when I click on my, click on the cell, it needs to like send a notification that I clicked on that cell up. Okay, so we have the mouse, which cell the mouse is on now. Okay, so we have the cell the mouse is on. The thing is, I can't click on this item anymore because I'm detecting the cell instead. So there's some tricky stuff there that I'm not sure the best approach. James says, I can understand the hesitance, don't want the Nintendo copyright strike down, taking down your live streams. It's not even the live streams I'm that worried about. It's about having archived videos. The archived videos could get taken down. I know there's some tricks I can do to make it so that way the archive doesn't have the audio on it, but I think the audio is kind of nice in the archives as well. Okay, so this is gonna do it that way. What if I did that? We're playing around with these settings here. Yeah, Ginger Star, thank you. I appreciate it though. I gotta check it out. All right, let's keep looking here. Let's keep on looking here. Does it work? All right, yeah, the second I do that, it doesn't like it. That said, yeah, I do. So I wonder if I can make it so that the picking mode changes when I click on it. That's an idea, but then I won't be hovering over it anymore. Okay, so it's like we gotta register. All right, so there's a trickiness here. When I click on it, the image should have no picking mode. When we on pointer down, okay, so on pointer down, if, all right, so we're gonna do picking mode equals to picking mode dot ignore. If is selected. If we select it, we do ignore it. If we don't have it selected, picking mode dot position. Okay, so if we have it selected, we ignore the position. Otherwise, all right, let's try that. So this is interesting. So I actually think this needs to be, when the pointer comes down, we've kind of selected it. We're gonna keep working through this thought process here. So this is gonna be true. So on pointer down, true. We set it to is selected. All right, so instead picking mode is gonna be ignore here. So this will allow us, once we click on it, to start interacting with the cells beneath it. This sucks, I think, though. We're gonna keep working. Christoph says, for example, Leo Laporte at Twit had an issue a while back, where they played one song clip and the full podcast that was ruined. Exactly. That's what I want to avoid. Lance says, okay, I'm home safe. We'll listen, lurk for a little bit, and poke Discord one week. All right, Lance, as always, you know, my friend, keep coding, keep growing, keep being the best you can be, and you are welcome back anytime. Enjoy your lurk. Thank you so much for hanging out with us so far today. It's been a joy. It's been an absolute joy. Okay, so our picking mode here. Shiny Games, I am. This is the one, the only Captain Coder. But did you know, folks, Shiny Games, we got the one, the only Shiny Games. Attention all lurkers, please direct your attention. This is your captain speaking. We have a very special guest in the audience today. Shiny Games, folks. Shiny Games is a fabulous indie game developer working on the ultimate 2D space shooter, Escape Space. You can wishlist it on Steam, folks, on the screen here. Check out this beautiful, beautiful pixel arts. Give Shiny Games a follow, folks. If you're not following Shiny Games, give Shiny Games a follow. Beautiful, beautiful. While you're at it, click that heart. Click that heart. Boom. Give him some love. Give him some love. Give him some love. And while you're at it, go over to the Steam page, folks. Because there's a Steam page. Scroll on down, add it to your wish list. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for?
You in the back, pay attention.
Why aren't you paying attention? Click that wish list. Give them some love, folks. Shiny, thank you so much for popping in, my friend. Happy to have you here. Happy Saturday. How the heck are you? How the heck are you on this beautiful day? Jaden Joe Star says, if I recall, Cakes used Zelda and Ghibli lo-fi beats in his videos. One of his videos was getting copyright strikes for some reason. Christoph says, according to the Game Chops website, they function as the label for all of their music and have the rights to use the music. So it should actually be Creative Commons since they have the rights to the music. I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to put it on a test video. I'm going to take their playlist, put it on a test video, upload it, see if I get any copyright strikes on it. Shady says, testing UI options for the game at the moment. What about you? We're trying to get our inventory system working. All right, so we have our basic grid here. We can add in, we've created an item element that gets added to the screen here. All right, so our items get placed on the grid. We're trying to make it so when we click on the item gets registered. All right, so when we click on the item, it's gonna add it to ours, and then we can sort of move it around. Right now, it's not following the mouse yet. So we gotta get that working. We gotta get that working. So we're gonna register it in that regard. So the item, I want it to sort of snap into the slot. So you click it, it's gonna be like attached to the mouse, and then it's gonna like snap to the grid as you move it around. So it should snap into the correct grid spots, and when you click it again, it'll release it down into that spot. So that's the goal. That's what I'm trying to accomplish here. Yeah. Okay, so that's what we're working on right now, is getting this inventory system. So when I click it, we set it up so that it can start communicating with our grid element. Jane just says, I hate when you click the debug message that sends you to some random C# file. In Unity, it's sending you, so like if I were to click on this, it sends me to the line at which that debug message comes from. So it's saying this event was generated by this line of code. That's what it'll send you. So if you have like an error, so it's actually quite useful. Sometimes it gets confused. Sometimes it gets confused and will send you to not the right place. But if you just look in the error, you can find the right spot. Usually it's the line that broke. If you're using some kind of event system, sometimes it's not quite there. So I have seen situations where it sends you to like the not correct place, but for the most part, it's pretty good. Yeah, so if there's like if it's like nested in some weird call, you might go to a line that feels random. Okay, so this is gonna be on our pointer enter. Our grid slot's gonna have it's gonna be able to register on it. So it's gonna be a public, what am I looking for here? Event, the event. So this is gonna be our system.action. So it's gonna system.action of a position. Or I could just give it itself, grid slot element. Is that what we want? Yeah, I think grid slot element. Position might be a little bit more helpful, but I'm gonna go with grid slot element. And it's like on mouse, on pointer, on entered, on pointer entered. Okay, so we're gonna have this event like this. And we're gonna be able to register ourselves on this. Peacebreaker Simo says, sometimes the issue is the editor. How's it going, Shiny? How's it going? That's what I wanna know, Shiny. How's it going? How's it do, my friend? Let's see here. We've got a playlist version on Spotify. Awesome. I'm gonna have to check it out. If it's not something I can download, I can't use it. Technically, you're not allowed to. Technically, and I'm a little bit, hesitant. You're not supposed to use Spotify while streaming. So I'm being cautious. I'm being cautious. If they have a downloadable version, I'll probably be able to use it that way, though. Okay. So we have this on pointer entered event, and then here we're gonna say, okay, if anyone's listened to me, on pointer entered dot invoke. If anyone's listening, someone just moused over me. So we're letting people know about when they mouse over us, like this. Okay, so we let people know when they've moused over us, and then our grid element should be able to, it's gonna propagate that up. It's gonna propagate that up to our grid element. Christoph says, I'll work on getting a download link. Where in the Discord should the music go? If it's specifically to this, I would put it in recommendations if it's specifically to getting that music. Yeah, just make sure it's not, a legitimate download. We gotta make sure I wanna make, if you find a download link, put it in the recommendations. Don't download it yourself. It needs to be sort of a legitimate download link. I don't want to, Thank you, Christoph, thank you. Okay, so our grid row element here. Some great suggestions. I appreciate all of you so much for being here. All right, so on pointer entered invoke. Okay, so now our grid element sort of needs to register on the row. This has it's gonna propagate this up. All right, so our grid row element's also gonna have, on pointer entered, and it's gonna propagate this information up to the parent, like this. So when our grid slot elements, all right, so we need a grid slot element, slot is going to be this, and then we're going to register ourselves on it. So we're going to say slot.onPointer entered. When someone hovers over it, we're going to propagate that information to our on pointer entered for our grid row element, and this one is just going to invoke it and pass it on. Going to forward that information slot, and really I don't need this. It should be invoke slot. Okay, so it's going to forward that. Oh, this needs to be an event like this. Okay, it does need to take slot. There we go. So it just forwards itself up, and then this will eventually make it so our grid element can register on this grid row and say anytime anything gets selected, we forward that information again. So we're gonna propagate that up one more time. Maybe there's a better way to do this with a delegate. Almost certainly a better way to do it with a delegate. This should be a get private set, by the way. Is that? No. This is not a generic. No. This is fine. This is fine. Same thing here, grid row element row. We're gonna pull this out. like this. So we have this row here, and then our row, we're gonna register on pointer entered slot. So anytime a slot gets in, you know, as we're mousing over, invoke the slot there. So we should be able to propagate this up. So we'll be able to find whichever grid slot element we're in if we're moving over this, and propagate that all the way to our item. Okay. So since we have our grid element, we can register ourselves saying, hey, anytime you move, I might need to register myself. So when we select this item, we're gonna register ourselves on this grid element, the pointer enter thing here. All right, so we're gonna say parent.onPointerEntered. We're gonna do this on our handle movement. So it's not really this anymore. It's gonna be on our handle movement. Say handle move. So I'm gonna write a method here. Private void handle move. It's gonna take in the grid slot element that we just moused over. The idea is this is the grid slot element that we just moused over. Handle, I'm gonna change this to handle. Hang on, let me not get too excited. Slot. This is the handle mouse move. Okay, so we're gonna say if we're selected. So if we're not selected, do nothing. If we're not selected, do nothing is selected. If we is not selected, do not return false, just return. Jane just said, so is Unity seen like its own DOM? So if you're referring to the hierarchy, it's not, it's similar to the DOM in that you can access things in it, but in the UI builder, the UI builder has a lot of stuff that's an awful lot like the DOM, which I think is awesome. All right, so in this case, when we get a grid slot here, when we're moving around the grid slot, we're gonna end up with, I'm getting excited about this. I'm getting excited. So this is gonna be our slot dot, there's some weirdness involved in like moving things between stuff. I don't know if I like it. Slot dot row. Do I not know? Oh, slot dot position. Slot dot position dot row. Okay, so we're gonna change our top to row times parent dot cell size underscore parent dot cell size. This I'm having this cell size propagated all over the place. It feels like maybe this should be like a singleton settings thing. No, I guess you could have cell grids with different sizes. Never mind. That's not entirely the, okay. And then this will be our slot. So we should be able to move it around. It's gonna run into an issue. It's not gonna work perfectly just yet. It's gonna run into an issue where if you try and move it over another item, it stops moving around. Which isn't what we want. We want you to be able to swap that position. So I think we're gonna set like the opacity on it and have it so you can move it around on top. But let's give this a shot here. I'm curious if this works. Christoph says you can also purchase a copy of one of their albums on their Bandcamp for a donation of 10 or more. Ooh. Okay, so now I can sort of drag this around here. If I go outside, it doesn't move. And like I said, there's an issue where it won't let me hover it over other things, but it sort of like goes nicely into the grid there. And I like that. Okay, so one thing is I need to make it so that our items actually aren't getting detected at all. Like that. Okay, so we're making some good progress here. Some things I would like to do is be like, if I can't move it to this position, set it to red. There's a lot of little nice things, but we can't click on this to stop it anymore either. So there's another thing we gotta do. Okay, there's another thing we gotta do in our grid slot element. We're gonna add in an on pointer entered. We're gonna add another event that's on clicked. Okay, so we're gonna propagate the on clicked through as well to this. All right, so we're gonna have this event, and this event is gonna be registered. So register callback pointer down event, and it's gonna be our on pointer down, like this. We'll steal this a little bit. On pointer down. So on pointer down event, and it's gonna invoke our on clicked like this, and it's gonna forward the grid cell that was clicked. Peacebreaker says, I should have been here day one. I need to know this. Peacebreaker, you're in luck. You're in luck, my friend, because I know everyone can't be here all the time. I've been keeping a blog here of everything we've done so far. So there's a playlist if you want to go check them out. But just to get the high level overview of what we accomplished each day, there's this URL. Have day 1, day 2, day 3. We're on day 4 today, so I'll be adding another blog entry. Maybe this afternoon, but more likely tomorrow morning before the stream, I'll add another one in. But if you want to go check out everything we've done so far, this is sort of like me documenting how we've done all of these things and how it works. So I've done this just for you guys because I think it's super useful to have this documented and archived somewhere. So I hope that's helpful. Be sure to check it out. Okay. But yeah, this is sort of what we're doing right here. Okay, so where did I go? What was I thinking? Implement Dragon, implement listener. So we're in the process of propagating this up. Specifically, Christoph, great question. Specifically, I was hoping you would post it in recommendations. That's what it was. Recommendations channel, and just tag me in there with that information. This is recommending stuff. Maybe I should make a forum for it, but recommendations is the place to put it. Also, Peacebreaker, if you get stuck on anything, I don't know if you're on the Discord, but if you want to, if you get stuck on anything or if you have any questions, you can always ask here. I don't know that I'll have time to go over every little detail, but there's an ask for help form on the Discord that I check and respond to when I can. So if you get stuck or you want any extra information, feel free to post in the ask for help, and be happy to take a look at anything you might be working on and give you some assistance. Okay, and there's tons of other people on the Discord that are helping out as well. Okay. So on our pointer down, we forward it on the on clicked, and we're gonna again propagate this up. This is something doesn't feel quite right to me because I'm forwarding all this up. It feels like there should be a delegate here, but I don't. In the back of my mind is something's not right about having to rewrite this code over and over again. It feels like there's some better pattern I can use to do it. But I'm gonna keep going this way for now, and I might refactor this later. I might refactor it off stream when I go back and review the code, say like, well, what's the better way to do this? Or maybe this is the best one. It just happens to be robust it might be a little bit robust in the lines, having to write lots of lines here. But this is gonna be when our row gets clicked. Row is on clicked. So this sort of just propagates thing up. Oh, I need to put a question mark here. On clicked question mark. Make sure I have question marks on these in case there's nothing registered. It shouldn't call it unless it's registered. Okay, the only one I didn't do that was in my grid element. So now my grid item here, we're gonna register this. Once we're moving this thing around, we're gonna register ourselves, say, hey, when we get picked up, and in fact, when our pointer gets selected, we actually turn the, we shouldn't actually have to propagate ourselves until we're actually selected. So it's not till we're selected that we do it. And then when we click down, we're gonna remove ourselves from the listener. So this is gonna be private void handle set. We're gonna take our grid slot element slot like this. And what this is gonna do is it's gonna set it back so this thing will take that position in. So we're gonna handle the move, and then we're also gonna say parent.onClicked. We're gonna register handle click. I'm gonna call it handle click just for a better naming there. Christoph, thank you for posting it on the Discord, my friend. We're gonna add some points to Christoph for your contributions. For your contribution, 50 points, my friend. Very much appreciate it. I don't remember who recommended it. Who recommended that music initially? Was it you, Christoph? I think it was Jaden Joe Star, but I could be wrong. Someone recommended the music. Who was the music? I think it was Jaden. Game Chops. Yeah, Jaden Joe Star. For your beautiful recommendation, my friend, 50 points. I'm looking forward to it. I appreciate you. 50 points to you, Jaden Joe Star, for such a good recommendation. Okay, so what are we doing now? Let's focus here. So we're gonna do the click. Okay, so the idea is when we click it, this is gonna be our new position. And we'll add in some checks here in a moment, but we're gonna say if it isn't selected, ideally this shouldn't happen. Selected. If it is not selected, we don't do anything. If it wasn't selected, we don't do anything. If it was selected, we're gonna remove ourselves from these listeners. There's some more checks we gotta do here. To do, ensure item can fit here. We're gonna ignore that for now. We're gonna ignore whether or not the item can fit for now. But we're gonna remove ourselves from these listeners. We no longer care. We no longer need to check these events. It's like, I don't care. I'm no longer selected. We're gonna set our is selected to false. And I think I'm gonna actually think our picking mode needs to be sort of like false in general. But for now, I'm gonna set it back to position. Okay, for now I'm gonna set it back to position. And so we should be able to set the item in the spot. And notice this is just in the UI. Our data model isn't actually reflecting this. So the underlying inventory grid doesn't know where anything is. It just happens to be the UI is happy to place these things in here. So that's what I was saying, like there needs to be some information that gets sort of propagated for events. All right, so I should be able to click this. I should be able to click to set it, click it, set it, click it, set it, click it, set it. So, okay, so cool. We're able to move things around here into different slots. That said, the underlying model, these items actually don't know where they are. It shouldn't be able to go here. I shouldn't be able to overlap like that. So there's a bunch of stuff that needs to be cleaned up with this, but look at that. I'm really, really happy with it. This is beautiful, my friends. It's going well. That said, one of the things I want is if I were to drag over this image, it should still go into those slots. So we got to figure out how to do that. We're almost there. We're almost there. How much time? Did we actually just get the basic version of this? There's one little thing. I actually think the picking mode should be ignored always. All right, so our picking mode is actually going to be ignored always. So our picking mode is going to be ignored always. And instead, our grid element. So now when we actually click, we need to like check, is there a thing there? If there is, we're going to attach that to our mouse. Okay. So that's what I want to do. So I click on it, nothing happens now because I can't actually click on these. So this listener does nothing because I've set the picking node to ignore. It means that like mouse events don't trigger on this, but I want mouse events not to trigger on the image because I need to be able to drag over other images. So instead, I'm going to write a method here called public void select. And this is going to say, this is going to select this item. It's going to set it to true and then register us to say start listening. And the idea is my grid element needs to know when I click on a slot, because right now our slots, we can click on those. So let me do that real quick. So when we click here, we should know the position. So it should do a debug.log clicked. And then I should be able to do my position here. Let's take a look. This should be our grid slot element. This should be position. So we should know which position we clicked here. Let's try it. And then I want to be able to position this in a nicer spot, but we're making progress, folks. We're making tons of progress. This is exciting for me. All right, so when I click, I should be able to click, yeah. So now it knows the information, and instead my underlying data model should know which item is actually there. Okay, so I can click on these, I know what's there, etc. Okay, so I can click on the spots, I can click through the stuff, I get those events propagated up. So those events get propagated up to the grid element. The grid element is the thing that knows about the under internal. Iva, I wanna thank you for following me. Iva, thank you for following. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy, where we learn to code and grow ourselves. Iva, you are now part of the crew. Iva, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Saturday, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome aboard. Happy, so happy to have you here on this beautiful Saturday. How the heck are you? If you didn't know this, Captain Coder's Academy is a place to learn and to code, grow, ask questions. I'm a computer science educator. I work at a school ages 10 to 14 teaching programming and computer science. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. They're so encouraged here. I want people to ask questions. I want to show you how to code. I want to teach you something. Every week here, we try and do a new project. Sometimes the project lasts 2 weeks. One time the project lasted 3 weeks. So, no promise that it'll be 1 week, but we try and learn something new every week. And backseat coding is encouraged. If you see something that you're like, I think you should do this other way, or why is that going on here? Wouldn't it be better to do this? Please point it out, because I don't always have the best code. In fact, people here teach me new stuff all the time. But welcome aboard, my friend. So happy to have you here. Okay, so we're approaching our break timer. I want to make sure we're able to get this going. So one thing we need to do is we have this in our grid element. Actually, in our grid controller. This is our game inventory controller. This is the thing, controller. This is the thing that has the underlying item associated. So this has our grid element. We need to register something here so we know whether or not the item is selected. So we're gonna write a method here, private void handle click, and this is gonna handle our grid element slot like this, and we're gonna register this. When this thing wakes up, we're gonna say grid element dot on clicked. Okay, so on clicked, this thing needs to know how to notify things. So this thing also knows about all the items that it has been added. So we're gonna have to keep a registry of that as well. So on clicked though is gonna be handle click. So the idea is once we have this thing, we can handle the click here and we can check, because we have an inventory data, we can check and say, okay, what is in this underlying inventory grid? Okay. In this case, so it's in our inventory data dot inventory grid dot has let's see, is occupied at our slot dot position. So if there's something there, we could actually do try get item at, and it might even be try remove item at, because we're going to remove it from the grid and attach it to the mouse. Yeah, so I'm not 100% sure how that's going to work. We're going to play around. I think remove is the right thing to do. There's a lot of different things. We need to know whether or not we have an item on our cursor. Noob Center over on YouTube. I believe that's Tani. Are you the Noob Center? Are you also the Noob Center? Or are you trying to boozle me? I could be wrong. The Noob Center, if you're not Tani, I'm so sorry. I'm just wondering whether or not Tani's trying to boozle me. You're trying to bamboozle me. It's okay to try and boozle the captain, but the captain is it's hard to boozle a boozler. But please don't bamboozle me. No bamboozlement, just boozlement, please. All right, so try and get item at slot dot position, and then this is gonna say our out item. So out item. Oh, it's an iGridable item. Okay, so it's an iGridable item. What am I missing here? Cannot convert. Oh, it's a type T. Oh, no, I'm wrong. This is just a type T. And the question mark doesn't, in Unity, we don't use the question mark, so it's unnecessary. So we're gonna say if we actually got an item out, let's just debug.log item dot, we don't know the name of this thing, which is interesting. So, and it's not necessary to know the name. I happen to know this thing is an item data. So I'm gonna cast it to an item data real quick. Or is it gonna let me do that? No, that's part of my demo. So I can't do that. I'm gonna ignore that for now. So we're able to get that item. And with that item, we want to be able to register. Noobs, this is one of my many personalities found across the vast plane of the lower dimension. Mere mortals are unable to understand the underlying concept that I am, the singularity of the omniverse. Very well, the Noob Center. Be your own singularity. That's right. Be yourself a singularity if you can. The scripting skull has raided me, and I'm like,
Whoa.
whoa, the scripting skull, thank you for the raid. The scripting skull is here. The scripting skull, folks. Thank you so much for the raid. Real quick, everybody, give the scripting skull some love. Hit that follow. Give him some love. Thank you for the raid. Scripting skull, how the heck are you today? How are you? How was your stream? What you up to, my friend? What are you up to? Got any links to share? This one sec. Permit the scripting skull. Give you some time. If you want to post some links or whatever you're working on, please let us know. Please let us know. I'd love to check it out. That said, we almost got to go on a break here. We've been going for 81 minutes. Scripting Souls, I'm doing great. I'm working on a game. What are you working on a game in? Is it, your own custom engine? Tell us about your game. I need to know. Is it on a need to know basis? You know what? If it's a need to know basis, the captain still needs to know, because I need to know. And if it's a need to know basis, I need it. The captain needs it. Script says it's still brand new, so demo is coming out tomorrow. Made it in unit. Awesome, my friend. And I don't know if you know this, but we also have a Discord. You don't look, folks. You no pressure to join the Discord, but it's such a fun place to hang out with each other and share your projects. There's a forum on here where you can share your projects and to share your work. Share your game projects, my friend. It's awesome. We got lots of people making games, lots of people making coding projects. Share your stuff. I love to check out what you're doing. We're here to code and grow and learn and do awesome stuff together. But for anyone who's new, I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and Captain Coder is a computer science educator, computer programmer, and I love teaching people how to program. I love taking your questions. So if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask, programming or otherwise. Just keep your questions family friendly. This is a family friendly space, and I love to keep it that way. And backseat coding here is encouraged. On your server, it's called Journals. Oh, I like that. What are we working on here? If you're not familiar with what we're doing, we're trying to build an inventory system, a grid-based inventory system in 5 days. 5 days. Someone on the Discord suggested this project. Can we do a grid system? I said, you know what? I want to learn how to do this because I'm going to be doing the Dungeon Crawler Jam in April. And it'd be nice to write a module that I can drop in there to do it. But we have a grid system that we're working on. We're learning about the new UI toolkit, which makes it so we can just, modify these rows and columns directly in our editor and then have it automatically resized for us. I'm loving this UI toolkit for what I'm doing here. I've used the UGUI as well. The UGUI Unity GUI system as well is quite good. But this has been a really fun. So we're in the process here of getting our items to click and move around. And we're super close here. Handle click here. I need to be able to look up from the item itself to the actual grid, not grid element, the we created a grid item element. The scripting skull has followed me, and I welcome you today to Captain Coder's Academy. Thank you for the follow. I'm forever in your debt. I'm happy you are here with us. So welcome to the crew. Scripting Skull, I welcome you today. Scripting Skull, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Saturday. Welcome aboard. So nice to have you here. Once again, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Love, love, love to hear what you're doing, hear questions, and share and grow all together. But we got to take a break here soon. I got to finish this. We got to focus. Got 5 minutes before our timer's up, and we got to take a break. Okay. All right. So when we click this, okay, I need to make a dictionary here. All right. I need to be able to look up my items. All right. So private dictionary. Scripture says, do you use Streamlabs or OBS? I'm using the OBS. OBS is what I'm using. I'm not using Stream Elements. See, dictionary, private dictionary. This is system.collections.generic. Good question, though. I am using OBS. I've heard good things about Stream Elements as well, though. I've been using OBS for years. Biotest, I want my shutdown command to abort and open an audio file that says, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is that right, Biotest? Uh-oh. Or do you want to say, uh-oh? Oh no, uh-oh, abort. Sorry, I don't know what's going on. You guys will notice that the stream goes on longer and longer and longer. I get crazier and crazier and crazier, folks. As the stream goes on, it gets crazy and wild up in here. So this is gonna be from tease to our underlying, no, it's gonna be from items. It's gonna be from, so from tease to our grid item element. Okay, so it goes from this. So this is our item lookup, like this. Okay, and so we're gonna set this to be a read only, equal the new dictionary here. So we're gonna get a new dictionary like that. Grid item element. Do I gotta import this? Grid item element. What is it saying? Grid item element using the generic type of T, like that. Scrim says, whoa, your stream is way more interactive than mine, even though you have 36 viewers and I have 2. Look, it's hard to be interactive when you only have 2 people. It's hard to be interactive when you only have 2 people because there's not many people to interact with. We get, so this is why I say I don't actually get that much done on stream because of the interaction. I absolutely love the interaction though, my friend. 36 viewers, oh, that's a whole lot. That's for me, it freaks me out that I have 36 people watching. It blows my mind. I remember back when I had, not many, when it was just one other person watching me do some coding challenges. And that was, it's daunting. Look, I think part of it is I just sit around talking to myself all day. So having someone to talk at, it makes it feel interactive, even though I'm really just talking to myself. How do I know any of you are real? Are you just figments? Maybe you're all just figments in my mind. Scripting, Unity Critter says, the scripting school was doing amazing game dev work. It has cool art style, limited color palette. Surely we'll get more viewers over time. I'm excited to check it out. Scripting school, do you have a streaming schedule? Christoph Howard says, I remember the times we had maybe 6 people attending. Christoph, I remember when there was nobody. And I started streaming because I didn't want to upload my videos to YouTube, and I just I'm gonna stream them. Editing videos is hard and painful, and it takes a long time. So I'm gonna stream just so that it gets straight to YouTube, and I don't worry about it. And I'm streaming for my students, and it worked because I was talking at my students who were gonna watch the videos in the future. Jaden Joestar says it's possible to make a compile script that plays text-to-speech sounds compile completed. That's correct. You could do that. So not really, but I try to stream every day at 4 GMT. Gotcha. That's like me. I try to stream every day at 5 a.m., Phoenix time, Arizona time. Christoph, check the follow. It's 2 months, 29 days, 3 hours. That's almost as long as I've been streaming. That's like, you started following me on like day 2 or something of when I started streaming. That's incredible. Christoph's been here. Christoph, thank you for all of your support. Thank you for being here. I absolutely love having you around, my friend. You know, because it says in GitHub there is a Unity plugin that plays elevator music during Unity script compilation. Needs the Jeopardy music. Do 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 do. Or it needs the if your code doesn't compile, it needs like the sound from Family Feud. Oh, I can think that could be could be fun, my friends. Could be fun. All right, so handle this click. We're gonna click, okay, anytime we get an item like this, it needs to actually add it, so it actually adds it here. So we're gonna say if we successfully add it, all right, so only if it's successfully added, then that means we're gonna add the thing here. So I like to do, I don't like nesting that much. I'm a never nester. So this is, if we can't add it, we just return. And maybe this should return a bool. I'm gonna make this return a bool, a boole. This is gonna return false, saying that we couldn't add that item. All right. If we were able to add it, we create the element, we add that element, and then we need to add this to our dictionary. So an item lookup, this is gonna be the item we're adding, and it's gonna be linked to the element we just created. So we should be able to look it up by that item now. And then we return true. So ideally, that's how we do it. There's gonna be, all right, so there's some painfulness here in that our items are like scriptable objects, so we almost need this to be like an instance of the item. I'm gonna deal with that when we get there. We've just reached 90 minutes, folks. I gotta take a break. Scripting says mayonnaise on an escalade. Escalade, going upstairs, so see you later. Have yourself, I don't know if you're heading out, or if that's a joke related to the musing music, but if you're heading out, Scripting Skull, I know it's tough after a long stream. If you're going out, have yourself a beautiful day, my friend. Keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be, and you are welcome back anytime, my friend. Anytime, welcome here at Captain Coders Academy. I want to get this one last thing in here. One last thing we can do. Be the best you can be. That's smart. It is smart. It is smart. Because if you're not the best you can be, why are you not being the best you? Why are you not being the best you? So we're going to say here, we're going to try and get the item at. If we're able to get an item in that position, we're going to do item lookup at that position of item here. And this is going to get out. It should be guaranteed. If we implement this stuff right, grid item element of t element like this, we have that element. We're going to say element dot select. So this was the whole point, is making it so we can click on that item. We're going to select it, and then probably want to make it so it positions that item immediately, but we're going to just check it out. Scripting says, no, I'm still chilling here. Going to do some schoolwork and lurk. I call that the work and lurk, my friend. It's one of my favorite things to do on Twitch. But Captain Coders Academy, we know you have many choices when you choose to lurk, and we're glad you chose to lurk here. So welcome to lurk mode. All right, let's see how we did here. If I click this, I select, all right, so now I can move through things now. I can go over this. So one thing, I sort of want this position to come to the top. So there's some cleanup to do. When I click again, I need to actually, oh, I didn't think it was gonna work for clicking again. All right, but now it hasn't actually moved it over there. This item was here before, so it didn't actually update where that item is in the data model. So it's still here, all right. But I can move these things around. They go on top of it. I can click over, it's gonna drop it there. Again, it hasn't actually updated into the data model, and I can click anywhere. Can I? Oh, maybe not. Something awkward's happened now. It should be here. Yeah. I don't know why I can't click on that. We're gonna play around with it. We're making a lot of progress, folks. We've gone overtime, way overtime, folks. We got to take a break. When we come back, we can get that blood flowing, take care of ourselves. We got to take a break. I'm gonna get myself some more herb water. I'm gonna get myself some more regular water. When we come back, we're gonna get some blood flow exercises in. So get your dog, get your cat, get your cousin, get your uncle, get your goldfish, get them all in the room. Get your coworkers ready, because we're gonna take care of ourselves when we get back. Hang tight, everybody. Grab your bear with me, and I shall return momentarily. All right, folks, thank you so much for bearing with me in my time of need, in my time of need of tea. I had to go get myself some more tea. We were all out. We filled up my water. We boiled some water, put that in a cup. Now it's steep, and I got myself this is called the Slippery Elm Tea. This is some elm tea, no caffeine. I've had 2 cups of coffee, 1 cup of black tea. That Earl Grey is a little bit, a little bit caffeinated. Now we got to slowly ease off that caffeine to keep ourselves all right. Well, that steeps though. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna take care of ourselves. And while it's where we got Mr. Ibusi Hill, Mr. Ibusi Hill, thank you for following me. Mr. Ibu, I want to welcome you to Captain Coder's Academy, where we learn and code and grow together in perfect harmony. So welcome to the crew, my friend. I welcome you today. How are you? How are you? How are you? Mr. Ibusi Hill, thank you so much for the follow. So sorry if I got that name wrong, but welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. You're just in time. You're just in time. We've just been coding for about 90 minutes, a little bit too long, a little over. We got to take care of ourselves. If you're sitting there all day, hunched over like a coding troll like I do all day, hunched over, coding all day, sit in your chair, got to get on up, got to get that blood flowing. So get on up with me, everybody. I hope you'll stand on up with me. We're going to do some blood flow. We did some stretching earlier, but we're going to get some blood flow in now. Just keep that blood moving. Get that blood moving. So we're going to start here. Just do some jogging in place. Jog in place if you can. Let me real quick. Just jog in place. I'm going to do this for a little bit of time here. Get that heart rate up. Get that blood gushing in and out of our heart muscles. Add in some punches. Add in some punches while you're at it. If you want to move a little bit slower, that's also okay. You don't have to be getting your heart rate up too much, but we just want to get that blood flowing. Take care of ourselves. Add some punches. We're going to do this 10 more seconds, folks. I believe in you. You can do it. The captain loves you. You should love you. If you love yourself, you got to love your body. And if you love your body, you got to take care of yourself. All right, folks. Got that in there. We're going to do some jumping jacks. If you can't do jumping jacks, just do some arm jacks. Don't have to do jumping jacks, just some arm jacks. We're going to do 10 of them, folks. Here we go. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's right. Get that blood flowing. Get that blood flowing. All right. Now get those legs up. Take those legs. Swap them up and down. Up and down. Bring it in. See if you can touch your chest with that knee. I can't. Not many people can, I don't think. But we're just going to just switch back and forth. Minor stretch. Should feel in your glute a little bit as you bring them up. But a little bit of exercise getting those legs up. And if you want to make this exercise super hard, you can do some jumpy jumps with them. See if you can do those jumps. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to hurt myself. We'll just get that blood flowing a little bit. Oh, yeah. All right, shake it out. Shake it out real quick. We're going to be doing some breathing now to catch our breaths. Got to catch our breaths, folks. All right. Got to breathe with me. All right, we're going to breathe in real deep. Breathe in. And out. And in. And out. And in. And out. One more time. One more deep breath in. In. Hold it. And out. All right. Shake it out, folks. Thank you for joining me in that little blood flow, getting our blood up just a little bit, taking care of ourselves. I know you did it. And for doing it, 50 points to all of you for joining me in that. I appreciate you joining me in that. I appreciate you taking care of yourself. Captain loves you. You should love you. We're going to hop back into it now, folks. Thank you so much for joining me in that. Before we hop back in, though, just real quick, what were we doing? We actually finished the drag and drop listeners. We finished this. We have finished task 2 for today. We finished it. Missed a little typo there. So we can cross it off. You know what? And for being here to witness this momentous occasion, 50 points to all of you for being here to support the captain, learning as we go how to do our inventory grid controller. Suni, with the seems good. You know it seems good. That's right, Suni, it seems good. It does seem good. Seems good. I agree with you, my friend. It does seem good. So thank you for that. Oh, quiet you, timer. Quiet you. Let's reset that break timer. Reset break, folks. I always forget to do that. Reset that break timer. We're gonna be going here for probably another 45 minutes to an hour. I think we can, once we got this wired up, I gotta eat myself some breakfast. Gonna have to eat myself some breakfast, because I haven't done so just yet. But we're gonna hop in here. Let's see how we can do. Let's see how it do, folks. Let's see how it do. So what do we have so far? We just finished getting the UI sort of listening and working. We got to wire up all the logic. Here. All right, so there's a little bit of weirdness. I can click and move this here. It still thinks it's over here. We didn't actually move it. So I can click here again to start dragging it again. If I click it there, I don't quite understand why that caused it not. I see I'm still clicking the leather armor. If I click this, I can move it around. If I put it in the same spot, I don't quite understand why that is causing an issue, but we'll figure that out. I don't quite understand it. It still says it's there. We still select the item. What does select do? Is selected true? Sets is selected to false. We also want to say there's some other catches we got to put in here, but we're making a lot of progress, I think. Okay, so when we set this item, so we actually click this item down, our grid controller kind of needs to be aware of what item we are currently holding. So if we go to select an item, that item gets selected. We don't actually want to call select if we've selected something else. So actually not sure if, sorry folks, I mid-sentence there, my body required tea apparently so bad that I couldn't finish that sentence. So I apologize for that. Jaden Joestar says, I'm back. Welcome back, Jaden Joestar. Welcome back to the stream, my friend. How are you? How are you today? All right, let's keep looking. Let's see here. Yeah. So I need to keep track of the item that we actually have selected here. Be our private grid item element T. This is gonna be our selected element. So if we have something selected, no, it's gonna be our T. This is like our selected item. Because we can look up the grid item this way. Is that right? Grid item select. We're going to find out. So handle click, we're going to say, this is going to be nullable. Okay, so we're going to say if this is selected is null and there's an item there. Selected equals the item lookup. Yeah, selected equals this item here, and we select it. Okay, so it becomes selected. So we shouldn't be able to select multiple items now. Else, man of war, welcome to the crew. Man of war, I welcome you to the crew. You are now one of us in our code. Dean Academy, man of war, thank you for the follow. Captain Coder welcomes you today. I can't sing that range. I'm so sorry, man of war. I botched your song, everyone, for having to listen to that terrible song. 50 points to all of you. I'm so sorry I botched that song, man of war. But thank you for the follow, my friend. Happy Saturday, good afternoon, good morning, good evening to you, wherever you happen to be in the world. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy, where we are learning to code together as a crew. If you haven't been here, we are working on an inventory system. We've been working on it this is day 4. We're nearing the end of day 4. And our learning goals for this project, so here's the design document we came up on day 1. We want to learn about the UI toolkit, exploring UXML templates. We haven't done this USS variables things yet. We'll hopefully have time to do that tomorrow. I'm not sure if we'll get to it. But the idea is the inventory project looks kind of like this. We have an inventory where you can, it's grid-based, you can move things around, and it's sort of like a resource management. You gotta manage the inventory space. Different items have different shapes to them. And so that's what we're working on. We've made a lot of progress, and I'm in the process here of wiring up the logic. So right now, let's see if this will let me run. Let's see if we can run it. Will it run? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe, but maybe not. But maybe not. Only time will really tell here, folks. All right, so I can click on these things and I can like move them around, but I haven't actually been able to, this isn't really setting it there. It's still in this, oh, now it did something interesting. There's some, for some reason I can't click on anything. I know why. It's because this thing became selected. So we're gonna actually try and set this now. So we're gonna say else, so if it's not selected, we do need the type T, that's right. We do need the grid element, grid item element. This probably needs an item associated with it as well. It's taking in an item here, but we don't save it. Yeah. So this is gonna be our private T item. No, let's make this a public property because we need to be able to access it. Public T item get. Can I do a nits in this version of C#? I can. I'm very excited about that. It's the actual item under the hood. And so item is equal to, or capital item becomes equal to item. This is how it gets initialized here. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. It is so beautiful, my friends. Okay, so now I'm going to have that item available here. So I have this selected thing. Okay, so now I can say if inventory data.grid try set item at. Can I put this into that position? It's gonna be the slot pot position. And the item we're trying to set happens to be selected dot item. Okay. And really we need to say if selected is not equal to null, and we do that. So if we try and put it somewhere, this will return true if we were able to set it there. All right, so now we need to, this is interesting because under the hood, handle mouse click does that. So this is informing me that I don't need to handle the click here. My click should be handled up above, and this is just called public void unselect. Okay, so we're gonna unselect this thing here. And we're gonna do a trick with our property in a moment, I believe, because it's gonna say is selected equals false. And then we're gonna say, well, no longer register the movement on this. So this will actually force it to be unselected. It doesn't care, it actually doesn't know what slot it's in. Does it? This is just where initialize it to, it kind of doesn't know what positions it in. I think that's an okay thing. So it's sort of ignorant of the position, the actual position, the grid, just like our controller, just like the underlying data grid, the data grid knows where it is. So if we set it there, we're good. And then we do selected.unselect, and then selected equals false, or equals null. So it says there's no item selected, we unselect it. So we should be able to see if we put it in a spot here. Jane Joe says, Captain Coder, are you familiar with the NIM language? It seems like a low-level version of Python syntax. I don't know why people use it from time to time. I've not heard of the NIM language, and I am, no, I haven't heard of NIM. Good question though. Yeah, I'm not familiar with it. I've never even heard of the language gem. It sounds somewhat familiar to me, but I think that's because Vim, V-I-M, is a popular editor. All right, let's see. Can we move this? Null reference. Okay, so we did get an exception here. Line 53. Oh, duh. Look how order matters. Order matters here. Right, let's undo that. Let's see if we can move these things around. So this should make it so we can't. Oh, this is exciting. This is exciting times. I think we're close to having this logic just all in here. Okay, so move that. I can click it there. Click it here. Can I? Oh, I can't. Oh, it didn't. This now lets me click. Okay, but I can't. This is interesting. Like, these are spots. I still think it's there. It's like, won't let me. Okay, so something, I don't quite understand why. But there's something interesting going here. We're gonna add in some, we might need to do a debug here. Push Toy says, oh, Captain, my Captain. Oh, Push Toy, my Push Toy. How are you, my friend? Welcome back. Welcome back. Happy Saturday. How are you? How we doing on this beautiful day? Okay, so let's see here. Unselect. If there's an item at, so handle click says if there's an item at that position, get it. Push says, I'm okay, how are you? I'm doing fabulous, my friend. Absolutely fabulous. We're working on this grid system. I'm trying to understand, we're wiring it up to our logic. So we've broken it down into components, but I'm doing fabulous. Absolutely fabulous, you know it. You know it, baby. We're doing awesome. Lets me put it there, but I think it still thinks it's over here for some reason, and now I can't put it there. Oh, I know why. I know why. Do you know why? It's because I'm getting the item. I need to remove the item from the inventory. It's moving the picture, but the item isn't actually getting removed from the inventory. So this removes the item from the inventory now. Okay, I think this will solve it. Pushjoy says, a grid inventory. I've made one of these before. This is my first time. This was a project that was suggested on the Discord. So on the Discord, I have a suggested project form. And so people suggested this, and it's sort of, so, inventory system. So I'm doing an inventory system. I'm a little bit sneaky with this project because, sneaky is not the right word. A little bit, there's some little bit of selfishness in it. I wanted to learn about the UI toolkit. But the Dungeon Crawler Jam's coming up in April. All right, April 1st to 8th. I'm doing it April 2nd to 7th. I'm not doing the full time. I'm going to be implementing this game jam. And so I've implemented the logic for this grid, and we're seeing if we can do it in 5 days. I only had 5 days to stream this week. So I'm doing my best to get it in. 1 second here. Give me a moment. Here we go. Okay, so now I think if I drag this here, it shouldn't let, okay, there's no item here now. There's no item there. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful, my friends. I think we got it. I can't drop it there. It won't let me do it. So there's a little bit of like UI polish stuff we can do, but I can click and drag these things around. It's working. Mooniz is here. Pushjoy says is making tools for making the game in the spirit of the competition. Absolutely. This is actually, it's one of the things that they actually say to do. Game specific rules. I'm writing libraries. Let's see, where does it say in here? Other rules. You may use any game engines you like. You may use your own homebrew game engine. I'm essentially building a game engine. You may reuse helper libraries and classes that make little sense to write again from scratch, e.g. a grid-based inventory system, a dungeon generator, any assets not made by you, blah, blah, blah. So this whole thing, they know people essentially are they want you, so it's not, so here's the crazy part. This is why this is so hard to do. One of the things is you should, a finished, look, check this out. This is what makes this game different. A finished and reasonably polished dungeon crawler, not a prototype, proof of concept, or tech demo, but a small game you can play from beginning to end. That is tough to do in a week if you don't have a whole system. So a lot of these guys, if you're on this Discord, on their Discord server, it's a really high bar. It's a really high bar. But there's guys on their Discord server that are building their own engines and stuff. And so this is a good way for them to showcase their engine or use an existing engine. One of the things is, like, a lot of people use old tools to build these things. Anyway, really exciting. It is a high bar. Jaden just says, do you think Raycaster is good for dungeon crawlers? I don't know what you mean by using a Raycaster. What would you, is that, or you're saying because you suggested doing a Raycaster? Is that because that was your suggested project, was the Raycast style render? I don't know if that would fit too well into that category. I'm not sure what we're gonna do next week, but I'm kind of leaning towards the tech skill tree. I also kind of want to rebuild a combat system. We built one a while back that isn't quite fit everything we need, but I'm gonna take a look at that. I think that's what you're asking. I don't know if it fits the theme too well. We could always take a break a little bit from it as well. But we actually have the, sort of logic working. One thing I want to be able to do is if there's a single item in that spot, you swap with it. I want to swap with it, and we have the logic to do that. So in this, rather than just doing set here, there's an out variable we can do called removed. Okay. This says if there's exactly one item in that spot, removed will be set. So first, we're going to unset that one, do that. And then what we're going to do is say, if, actually, can we do selected equals removed and removed question. So we can do we can't do that. We can't do that. Okay, so we do have to say if, and I don't like how many nestings we're getting here. Removed is not equal to null. So if it's not equal to null, we need to look it up again and do this. So this method looks horrible to me. Everyone, I'm a never nester. I don't like to nest if at all possible. I avoid it in many, many cases. But look how nested and gnarly and gross this looks to me. I got one, two, I guess it's not that, but it's two. It looks bad to me. And I have like kind of repeated code here a little bit. Let's see if this will work though. I think this will now let me swap with the item that was there. Push says gnarly code, dude. I know it's horrible. It's horrible code. So bad. But let's check it out. Can I swap that? I can. All right, so I can actually swap those items. If I click anywhere on the item, it moves to this item being selected. Yeah. Okay, so I think that's all wired up and nice. I don't like these nestings. I'm gonna, maybe it's dumb to do this, but I'm gonna break it up slightly. So we're gonna call one called private void handle select. Handle select, and I think this is gonna take in an item, T item. And then we're gonna have a handle private void handle unselect, and maybe that is silly to do, but here, is that what I want? I might have to take it in. All right, so I think we actually have to take this in here. So handle select, and essentially we say if selected is null, handle select slot, else Dramulk says the captain's still going. You know it. Handle unselect slot. That's right, Dramulk. How the heck are you, Dramulk? I was wondering where you been at today, my friend. Happy Saturday. Good, I think it's good evening for you, or is it good morning for you now? I'm not sure. But happy Saturday. So nice to see you. We're wrapping things up here. We're almost done. I'm on such a streak this week of hitting all of my goals that I thought we should just keep going. You had to go out and socialize with people. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. What type of human goes out and socializes? Gross. Gross. No, I kid. I'm good for you for socializing. It's good to do with yeah, that's right. Okay. So this is our handle select, like this. And this is our handle unselect here. Okay. And we just pass that in this way. Yeah. Push choice, socializing. Not even once. That's right. So if we have nothing selected, we handle the select. So the nice thing here is we kind of don't have to do this because we know that it's not null coming in. And this is going to say actually if, yeah. So this would be that it's actually not selected here. Yeah. So we handle select here. We know for sure that it's not null here. We should only call this like that. So we're going to do in this one, debug.assert. This should be impossible that slot is null. All right, sorry, that selected is null. Handle select should only be invoked when nothing is selected. Okay. And then this one's gonna have a similar assert that says selected should not be, and it should be handle, and this is a terrible name, handle unselect should only be invoked when something is selected, like that. Moon is still number one. Who's number one? You're number one. Hey folks, did you guys know that Mooniz is also a streamer? Mooniz, incredible streamer. I don't know if I've given you a shout out yet today, Mooniz. I know I've given you a shout out. I don't know if I've given you a shout out since you've been here. Mooniz, incredible streamer, working on a Metroidvania game. Codename Moonvania. You gotta check that out. Give him some love, folks. Attention all lurkers. Mooniz, a very important person. Mooniz is here in the audience today. Give him some love. Hit that little heart. Give him some love, folks, because he deserves it. He's taught me everything I know about Unity and more. Everything I know about Unity and more. Go check out his Twitch. Give him some love. Let it, tell Mooniz Captain Coder sent you. All right, so in this case, we know selected's not null here. Another thing I could, all right, I'm gonna show you a dumb trick. This is fine, actually. I'm gonna leave this. This is fine. I was gonna do the following. What? All right, I'm gonna show you a dumb trick. I'm gonna do a dumb trick. Action equals, don't do this. Action.invoke slot. Don't do this. This is dumb. Don't do this. This is dumb. Action grid slot element. I could do it this way. It's a system.action. All right. You could do it this way. Save yourself some precious white space. Save that precious white space, my friends. This is dumb. Don't do this. All right, this is what my brain wants me to do. It's like, oh, I know a thing. Let's write convoluted code. No, undo, bring it back this way. All right, we're gonna do it like that. All right, so handle select's gonna select it. Handle unselect's gonna unselect it. I think I like this. So if we actually removed something, we add it here. All right, so I think we have a working grid. Jaden just says, reminds me when I see Rust code when they're use so many methods on each other, but on each line. Yeah. So you can get, I'm a, like I've said in the past, I'm a recovering Haskell Haskell addict. I've got a lot of functional programming wants and desires. I shouldn't be able to click it there. Oh, so I do get an out of bounds exception. That's interesting. I don't think I want to get an out of bounds. It should actually just return false. Why am I getting out of bounds? Let's go check out what's going on here. Inventory grid controller. Try set item at should just return false. This is interesting that we're getting an out of bounds exception. It's good that it's preventing it from going there, but it should just return false. So I don't quite understand that. I'm gonna have to go check. I thought we had Try set at attempts to add it at it shouldn't throw exceptions. The whole point is to avoid throwing exceptions. Let us go look at this real quick. Inventory. Try set item at. It's this inbounds throws an exception. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Go back. Somehow, if try set item at here, if we can set it, if we're inbounds and it is not occupied, oh, it actually needs to loop through. Well, it should be looping through all the positions. I don't entirely understand this. We're gonna have to debug this, I think, or add some debug. Make this a debuggable DLL here. What is this saying? So, grid cell line 50. Go make sure. Here. UI or inventory controller line 50. That shouldn't be happening. Inventory controller line 50. Handle unselect. Try set item. Something is out of bounds. It's true it is out of bounds, but thought we were accounting for that. I'm very happy with this though. We've done it. We've actually and under the hood, all of this stuff is logic. Oh, we shouldn't be able to do the following. Yeah, we can't actually set it on top of all of the. If there's more than one item, you can only swap it if there's exactly one item to swap with. So that works. That works. Oh, this is so exciting. All right, I think. One sec. Give me a moment here. I need just a moment to check something out. Devro, enjoy your food, my friend. Enjoy your food. I hope it's delicious. I hope it's nutritious. I also got to eat myself some food here in a moment, folks, because I haven't had breakfast yet. It's 10:30. Getting a little hungry. I think we're going to wrap up here in a moment. I just want to take a look real quick. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me. I just got to check on something real quick. Give me a moment. Give me a moment, folks. All right, one sec. I will be right back. Hang tight. Sorry about that. Thank you for bearing with me, folks. We are going to raid someone. I'm not sure who, but I got to wrap up here. We're going to fix this tomorrow. That said, in our items, we wired it up, folks. We got it all wired up. We got it all working. It's fancy. We got some bonus things to do next time. So this is the whole system. We did manage to finish the entire system. For being here to witness this momentous occasion, of course, 50 points to all of you. And since we finished all three of our goals, 50 more points. And one last thing, we've actually finished our inventory system. We got a little bug here. I'm gonna fix that. I probably fix that off stream, but for being here to see the entire process, we have a working inventory system now, folks. For being here to witness that, another 250 points to all of you, because we finished the whole project. So happy, as always, people. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Absolute pleasure to be here with you. We're gonna wrap up though. And go find someone to raid real quick. Let me take a look, see who we got. See who we got here that we can go take a gander at. Let's go see who we can take a gander at. ITC we got. Code Red Games got Klaxon. Got a lot of good people here. We haven't done Code Red Games this week, folks. Real quick, everybody. Code Red Games is awesome. So Code Red Games, on the screen, you're gonna see Rogue Blight, amazing developer making a horrifying 2D Souls-like game, folks. Rogue Blight, be sure to wishlist it. Be sure to give Code Red some love. Hit that little heart. Give him some love, folks, because he deserves it. This game looks awesome. If you want a game that chews you up, spits you out, and asks for more, That's the one to do. Let's see how long his stream's going, actually. I don't want to go there if he's gonna... How long has he been streaming? Oh, he's just starting. He's just starting. So yeah, we're gonna go raid him for sure. All right, folks, give him some love. Hit that follow button. We're gonna go raid CodeRad Games. As always, folks, thank you so much for being here. It's been an absolute pleasure. I've had such a good time. Keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be. And as always, you are welcome here anytime. Have yourselves a beautiful day.